Cello, cello, my beautiful audience. Darn it. How is everybody doing? How are you doing today? How are you doing? Well, you know, I'm trying to learn more about the history of the Democratic Party, which, like I said about 2 weeks ago, I had this revelation that the Democratic Party, you know, isn't good, it's evil. And, black people have been voting for the Democratic Party for years. And when, why? And they have not delivered. So now people are leaving the Democratic Party because, it takes us too long to see things. Can't nobody tell us black people nothing about nothing. We know everything. Like even right now, when you say you wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris, people ready to jump down your throat. So, I'm just trying to learn more facts. I have my own reasons. I look at Bill Clinton, Joe Biden signed the Crime Bill Act of the 90s. Obama, with what he did when he was in office, hijacking the civil rights movement, and made it for something else. And don't get it twisted, I have nothing against those people. It's just we haven't gotten anything. And then, we have Kamala, however you want to say her name, Kamala Harris. I want to make sure I say it right because, I have critics because I don't like Kamala. They think I'm from Trump. No, you want to force this woman down my throat, and I just need to understand, why. And so, she bombed yesterday on Fox News on that interview. The border is your fault, lady. The migrant crisis is your fault, your administration fault. And she said she would not do anything to change what Joe Biden has done. I don't care who she's married to, but I'm gonna still make my comments on that. I don't care that she doesn't have any kids. I'm wondering, where are they finding these people? Obama and Harris. Where are they finding these people that they've made black? You don't hear about them. Well, Kamala has a history, but it wasn't too good. Obama came out of nowhere. One time, Senator, oh boy, he threw Jeremiah Wright, the Chicago pastor, right under the bus, didn't he? Didn't he? He didn't defend his black pastor. But anyway, without further ado, this is an article I found as I am trying to learn history on the Democratic Party, because I know I'm done with them. I'll be an independent voter. I'll vote on issues. So this is an article. When blacks voted 80% Democrat, Malcolm X called them chumps. Also, I want to say this. We've got one guy running for president dodging bullets, and we got one lady running for president dodging questions. You can't make this issue up. You can't make it up. But anyway, listen to this article that I found. We're all learning stuff together. We're learning. We're learning together.
When blacks voted 80% Dem, Malcolm X called them chumps. When blacks gave 80% of their vote to the Democratic Party in 1964, black activist Malcolm X called them political chumps. White voters, X said, are so evenly divided that every time they vote, the race is so close they have to go back and count the votes all over again. Which means that any bloc, any minority that has a bloc that sticks together is in a strategic position. Either way you go, that's who gets it. Yet Democrats, said Malcolm X, failed to deliver on a promised and much anticipated new civil rights bill, knowing the party could still count on their blind support in the next election. You put them first, said Malcolm X, and they put you last. 'Cause you're a chump. A political chump. Anytime you throw your weight behind a political party that controls 2/3 of the government, and that party can't keep the promise that it made to you during election time, and you are dumb enough to walk around continuing to identify yourself with that party, you're not only a chump, but you're a traitor to your race. What would Malcolm X say about today's 95% black vote? Did the Democratic Party keep its promises to promote family stability, push education, and encourage job creation? The black community, over the last 50 years, has suffered an unparalleled breakdown in family unity. Even during slavery, when marriage was illegal, a black child was more likely than today to be raised under a roof with his or her biological mother and father. According to census data, from 1890 to 1940, said economist Walter Williams, a black child is slightly more likely to grow up with married parents than a white child. What happened? When President Lyndon Johnson launched the War on Poverty in 1965, 24% of black babies were born to unmarried mothers. Today that number is 72%. Then presidential candidate Barack Obama said in 2008, children who grow up without a father are 5 times more likely to live in poverty and commit crime, 9 times more likely to drop out of schools, and 20 times more likely to end up in prison. They are more likely to have behavioral problems, or run away from home, or become teenage parents themselves. Not only has family breakdown coincided with increased government spending, but the money has not done much to reduce the rate of poverty. From 1965 until now, the government has spent $15 to $20 trillion to fight poverty. In 1949, the poverty rate stood at 34%. By 1965, it was cut in half to 17%, all before the so-called War on Poverty. But after the war began in 1965, poverty began to flatline. It appears that the generous welfare system allowed women to, in essence, marry the government, and it allowed men to abandon their financial and moral responsibility while surrendering the dignity that comes from being a good provider. Psychologists call dependency learned helplessness. About the importance of education, Malcolm X once said, "My alma mater was books, a good library. I could spend the rest of my life reading, just satisfying my curiosity." What would he say about the Democratic opposition to school vouchers, where the money would follow the student rather than the other way around? Urban schools, where students are disproportionately black and brown, are simply not producing children who can read, write, and compute at grade level. The dropout rate can approach 50% in some urban districts. Nationwide, 10% of parents send their kids to private school. But in cities like Philadelphia and Chicago, 40% or more of teachers send their own kids to private schools. Democrats don't do blacks any favor by supporting race-based preferences in admissions to colleges and universities. Turns out, the more a school lowers standards to achieve diversity, the greater the chance the diverse student drops out. More than that, Democrats have convinced blacks that, but for race-based preferences, black growth would suffer. Nonsense. Respected researchers Stephen and Abigail Fernstrom wrote, the growth of the black middle class long predates the adoption of race-conscious social policies. In some ways, indeed, The black middle class was expanding more rapidly before 1970 than after. To family breakdown, maintained underperforming urban schools, with no opt-out for parents, and have promoted tax spend and regulate economic policies that have resulted in a level of unemployment described as unconscionable by Representative Maxine Waters, Democrat California, a founding member of the Congressional Black Caucus. So would Malcolm X call today's black voter a political chump or a political traitor? Larry Elder is a best-selling author and radio talk show host. To find out more about Larry Elder, or become an Eldorado, visit www.laryelder.com. Follow Larry on Twitter at Larry Elder. When blacks voted 80% down, Malcolm.
Hey, T-Cat, how you doing? So yeah, I'm just bringing articles. You know, I'd be glad when this election is over with, but I do know that people are tired. Black people are tired of the Democratic Party, and so you know, I'm just doing research. I'm doing fine. Yeah. So just doing research. I don't have nothing else to do. It's getting cold outside, so I'll probably be doing shows all day long, baby. Because when it's cold, I don't do nothing. So I'm just hold on. I'm just doing shows on every and anything. You know, I got something to say about everything. Yeah. So it's unfortunate that you know black people have woken up to the Democratic Party. I'm not saying the Republican Party is any better. It's any better, but you know, the Republican Party is no better than the Democratic Party. They're all on the same bird. They really, those people, we're not even in their league. Them people don't give a darn about me or you. And I want to emphasize this. Them people don't give a darn about me or you. They got their own agenda. Some of them, allegedly, they say people are ready. If World War, what, 3, 4, whatever, if it hits now, they got jets ready to take them to the moon. Okay? Those people, it's the bird with the same wings flapping. And if you're not rich, baby, these people don't care about you. And so you have to start questioning, you know, why, black voters are becoming more conservative than their parents, you know. And so it is what it is. People done woke up to the Democratic Party. Oh, and they some smooth operators. You know, nobody got mad when Joe Biden said, "You not black if you don't vote for me." I'm like, seriously? They have played on the intelligence of black people for so long, and they've had their gatekeepers to help them. You know, Hollywood people need to stay out of politics. Because all of y'all are slime balls. Hollywood people need to stay out of politicians because all of y'all are slime balls. Look at everything that's being revealed that's been going on in Hollywood. And you can Google, you know, black people are leaving the Democratic Party. They are leaving in groves. Uh, they've been doing it. They're becoming more conservative. You can tell people are tired, you know. People are tired. You are one of them. Yeah, people are tired of the Democratic Party. And so, you know, people are waking up. They are waking up. Well, they have woke. And so they've lied. They really haven't delivered. We have not, you know, they haven't delivered. We're always on the end. They think giving us holidays and different things, oh, that'll keep them satisfied for a few years. Give them a holiday now. Now, let them go. You know, we gave them a holiday, so they're good for 10 or 20 years. No, no, no. And the thing of it is, you can't tell some of the old timers nothing, TCAT. They're going to vote Democratic, and I am so sick of just because nobody likes Kamala Harris does not but does not make them a Trump supporter. The border is crazy. You're right. FEMA is broke. And you're right. Kamala Harris can't answer simple questions. One is dodging bullets and one is dodging questions. You can't make this ish up. So I feel as though that they have programmed us with the media. I don't know. Like I tell people, I just had a wake up call 2 weeks ago. Like, lead the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party ain't never been for us. They've used us. They used us for the black votes. They went to the churches. They went to everybody. You know, for some reason, they program black people good to make them think that they was for us. Now I'm gonna let you listen to another video. And like I say, neither one of them care about us, Republicans or Democrats.
Black people have demonstrated an unwavering loyalty to the Democratic Party dating back to Kennedy's presidency. But while Dems reap the benefits of our overwhelming support, we literally just delivered them Congress and a White House. They don't seem to have a sense of urgency when it comes to addressing Black issues. Police reform has failed, voting rights legislation is stalled, and Black folks are asking, what's the deal? Our next guest published an op-ed for TheRoot.com today titled, "The Unbearable Whiteness of the Democratic Party and America." In it, he declares that the party has turned its back on Black people. I'm so excited to have with me writer of all things race, politics, and culture, and a white peopleologist. Welcome to Amplified, Michael Harriet. Michael, so glad you're here. As you always do, you tell the truth, and you tell the truth even when it isn't pretty. You wrote in your op-ed today that we are our own as Black people. What do you mean by that?
Well, I think Black people are keenly aware that even though we use the Democratic Party as a political tool, it's our only entree into politics, because the Republican Party is the party of white supremacy. But I think Black people amongst each other, we always talk about, like, we know those white people don't care about us. We know they're not going to do anything for us unless we really push them to. But we can't separate ourselves from politics in America. So, we're kind of in between a rock and a hard place. But I think that, we are keenly aware that when push comes to shove, when things get tough, as you've seen with the police reform bill, as you've seen with the infrastructure bill, and as you've seen with voting rights legislation, when it gets tough, the Democratic Party is ready to let it go and say, governing for Black people is kind of hard.
Governing for Black people is kind of hard. We can do hard things, right? Because we're the United States of America. So I want you to break down some more of the ways, though, because you eloquently outlined this in your piece, of how the Democratic Party has failed us. And I want you to lay those out because I know that there are Democrats who are watching this show right now who are like, you kind of being really harsh. Like, hold on, give us a break. So give us some specifics of where you think that they've completely dropped the ball.
Well, take this voting rights legislation, for instance, right? If it was something that was important to the party, or if it was something that, if they did use the same tactics as the Republican Party, Mitch McConnell would have strong-armed Joe Manchin into voting for this legislation, or either killing the filibuster, right? We know that. We've seen them do it. Take police reform, for instance, right? So we've been watching them shuffle this piece of legislation and kind of compromise with Republicans when most people aren't aware that almost every provision in this police reform and the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act could have been done through the presidency, through an executive order, or through the Justice Department. It really didn't need to go through Congress, except that it wouldn't have, the next administration would have had the opportunity to roll those things back. So, they're not taking every avenue to get the things that they want. And as we see with the Republican Party, right, when they want a Supreme Court justice, they don't care what the rules are. They don't care what the tradition is. They're going to get their way no matter what, because they're going to stand up for white people. And if the Democratic Party stood up for Black people like that, they might have more support.
You bring up such a good point about the brokering and the posturing that's been going down or not in this Congress and with this administration, because I can't help to think about the fact that I heard today that Kyrsten Sinema has had an audience and a conversation with the White House 5 times around the infrastructure package. Who the heck is Kyrsten Sinema? No one in America knows or cares, or at least they didn't before she became a stalwart in the Senate that was blocking things that mattered to us, right?
all of the energy going into trying to bring her along on one of the, the key signature pieces of the Build Back Better bill, or, whatever it is. I don't know that I have heard that kind of energy really going into arm twisting with Manchin and her around voting rights. To your point, we just saw the Justice for George Floyd Act completely fail, and I just am curious what your thoughts are about Congress getting things done or not versus the White House's ability or incentive to go after some of those members that are standing in the way. Because it's not all of them, it's a handful. We know who they are. And it seems like they're talking to them about some priorities, but not really posturing on the others. So what's your take right now on what the White House is up to? Do you think their hands are tied or not?
Well, I don't think their hands are tied. First of all, you're talking about Karen-in-Chief Kirsten Sinema, but there has been no public pressure from her colleagues put on her, right? But we know who it is who's obstructing the voting rights legislation and the infrastructure bill, but no one is saying, Kirsten, get in line, right? Not Chuck Schumer, not her Democratic colleagues, not the people in the White House, not Kamala Harris, not Joe Biden. So she gets to exist in this nether region where she gets to dance around with Republicans and pretend she's a Democrat, right? When they should be saying, why don't you want black people to vote? They should be saying, why don't you want to help black people economically? That's what they should be doing. But one of the most important parts is, in talking to Senate and House staffers, is one of the things that the Democratic Party hasn't even mentioned is that they could just fire the parliamentarian and hire another parliamentarian. Mm-hmm. And that's a thing that Republicans actually did in 2001, which is how we got the Bush tax cuts. But the Democrats don't even seem to even want to exercise that option when it's very important legislation resting on this, right? We're talking about black people's right to vote, and if you don't think that they will take black people's right to vote, look at Georgia, look at Texas, look at what's going on around the country. They're going to do it if they have the opportunity, and the only thing that is stopping them is the Democratic Party, who appears to not be concerned at all.
So, you bring to mind for me this idea of motivation, right? I think that if there is a will, there's a way to get things done. And what I'm hearing you say is that there probably isn't much will right now. At least it doesn't seem like it, to do things on behalf of Black people. So if Democrats are not posturing on behalf of us, who put them in place, who elected them, who gave them these majorities, who do you think that they're posturing in service of?
Well, we've seen what the Democratic Party is always chasing is the moderate white vote. That's what Kirsten Sinema is doing. That's what Joe Manchin is doing. That's what Joe Biden did during the election. That's why they turn away from black voters who are always loyal to them. And when this voting rights legislation happened in Georgia and Texas, right, what was their answer? Well, you black activists like Natasha Brown, I know you guys are going to get us find up. So they know they depend on our work without reciprocating policy and legislation in our favor. So they're still courting those middle of the road white moderates in the swing states and not paying attention to their base. And we see what happens when that happens, because we saw what happened in the 2016 election when black voters were apathetic and didn't show up at the polls.
Yep, that we did. Michael Harriet, I always appreciate your insight and analysis, and more importantly, I appreciate how hard you.
So there you go. Yeah, TCAT. That 60 Minutes interview, that lady is yet to answer a question. She's blaming everybody for their mistakes, their administration. Trump had nothing to do with the border. It's like they think at this point, they thought, oh, we just gonna talk about how terrible Trump is. That'll get her. See, the Democrats have been brainwashing us, telling us how bad the Republicans are, and they've been just as bad. Bill Clinton, Joe Biden, part of the 90s Crime Bill Act. Okay. Hillary Clinton called black men savages and beasts. Joe Biden told you black folks y'all weren't black if you didn't vote for him. They got us with Obama. And I'm going to tell you, the more I'm starting to do my research and go around and do something, President Trump, former President Trump, he might have been on to something. He might have been on to something when he kept saying Obama needs to show his birth certificate. So, where these people coming from? But if you look at the Democrats, the Republicans ain't too much. We did too much bad to us, and they're talking about Trump wants to take away Social Security. That's a lie. They say Trump is lying. Well, Kamala Harris is telling lies too. They're both lying. They're both lying. They're both lying. Yes, Obama was very disrespectful towards our black men. He could have, you don't tell our black men who they should vote for. When people voted for you thinking you was getting ready to give us reparations and stuff, boy, did we get fooled. We were so glad people jumped on that Obama train. Yeah. And the Democrats are being bullied. If you don't like Kamala or say something about her, they're coming for you. But if you talk about Trump, they ain't got nothing to say. And they saying that don't work. People's eyes are woke. People thinking like I think. Okay, we've had all these other presidents in office. Okay. Y'all didn't send them to prison. A lot of presidents committed crimes while in office. Go back and listen to some of my shows. All the crimes are broken down. Now they're saying Pelosi now they were going to have a peaceful protest for that J6. Then when they saw it was getting, it went down just how the Democrats wanted it to go down. They had those people open the doors, let them in. Everything ain't what it appeared to be. And black people are seeing this with the Democratic Party. They've given so much. They've given so much. What's not true, Big Rooster? because I watch the government shows every day, things that Nancy Pelosi was under fire. She did not call in the National Guard. What's not true? She went before. Mhm. Okay, okay. So we have Big Rooster, who I respect. He's a strong Democrat. You know, a strong Democrat. And so nothing the Democrats will ever do, no matter whatever they do wrong, no matter what laws they pass to lock us up, no matter what they do, some people are still gonna vote Democratic no matter what. They're going to do that. And so yesterday, Big Rooster, I watched all of the Senate hearings, Senate and Congress hearings every day. So Nancy Pelosi was being questioned. There you go. Black politicians voted for the 94 crime bills too, yeah. Because the Democrats probably promised them something. You only see these people. One thing I can say for sure, you don't see Republicans running all in the churches and everything. You see the Democrats, they come to the churches and everything. You don't see them ever again. But the reason I don't like the Democrats is I don't like what they're allowing, things that they're allowing to be done for kids to be butchered and their sex to be altered. So that's why I don't like them. And they could have done more for us. They have left us with nothing. Nothing. They come up with an AIDS and hate crime bill, as the guy said previously. They could have signed executive orders at the Trayvon Martin, Eric Gardner, Sandra, what was her name? Sandra. All of these blacks, the 12-year-old boy killed by the police. They could have come up with some type of police reform. Well, unfortunately, you don't have to commit crimes sometimes to be worried about being locked up. Big Rooster. Sometimes just driving while black will get you pulled over and frisked. Laws that was passed, stopped and frisked. The Republicans blocked what bill?
This one's my fave. I pay how I want, so I can play how I want.
Well, Biden, they're the president now. They could sign an executive order like Trump did. They can sign executive orders. Stop making excuses for these people. Wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute, hold on, y'all.
Have responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. This is ridiculous. You're going to ask me in the middle of the thing when they've already breached the inaugural stuff that should we call the Capitol Police? I mean, the National Guard? Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient
No,
resources.
there's not a question of how they have been. They don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for war.
So that is what Nancy Pelosi said. Yeah. Biden could sign an executive order right now, or Kamala Harris can sign an executive order right now passing the George Floyd bill. Executive order, they're the president. No, they can sign executive orders. Hey, B. Okay. So they can't sign not one executive order, is what you're trying to tell me. The president cannot sign an executive order. Harris is the acting president now. Again, you trying to tell me that the president cannot sign an executive order. That's what I need you to tell me. I'm not talking about what's already put in place. I need you to tell me that the president can't sign an executive order. Don't tell me nothing about Congress or Senate. You trying to tell me that the president cannot sign an executive order? That's all I need you to answer. Can the president sign an executive order? Hold on. No, I need to know, can a president... Wait a minute. An executive order, they can overrule it with anything. A president can override. Yes, T-Cat, Trump was signing them left and right when he was in office, and that's what they don't like.
I've said it before and I'm gonna say it again. It's Trump 24.
President Biden's vaccine mandate for federal workers came by executive order. Congress had no say. Why does the president hold so much power? Our Y Guy takes a look.
From the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II to President Harry Truman's order to abolish segregation in the armed forces, the executive orders of American presidents have been powerful and at times controversial. Nearly every president has used them. Without the approval of Congress, presidents can influence our lives with a signature. Here's why presidents hold the power of the executive order. First, some context. Emory political science professor Andrew Gillespie tells us the power is limited.
Presidents don't rule by fiat. It has to be based in the rule of law.
Congress passes laws. The Constitution states it's the president's job to make sure those laws are faithfully executed. So, presidents often use executive orders to direct federal workers on enforcement, sometimes changing direction during times of war or other emergencies. Executive orders do not create laws or give a president new powers.
They're going back to the statutes or they're going back to the Constitution. Presidents can't execute any laws that don't already exist.
In 2017, President Donald Trump issued a controversial executive order temporarily blocking travelers from 7 Middle Eastern countries from entering the United States. It was based on existing laws written to protect the United States from terrorist attacks. The executive order was challenged in court, modified, and eventually eliminated by a proclamation from President Biden. Gillespie says the most effective way to challenge an executive order is in front of a judge.
The likely remedy is to go to the court. Yes, you can take the president to court.
President Franklin Delano Roosevelt holds the record when it comes to executive orders, signing 3,721 during his 4 terms as president.
So, again,
presidential executive orders date back to
executive orders. Black people were being murdered by the police, unalived, okay? Unalived by the police. That George Floyd bill, all of that stuff could be signed by them right now. It's not a law. It's not a law. It's not a law. It's not a bill. It's nothing. It's not a law. So it could be signed. Again, why hasn't an executive order been put in place for George Floyd, for John Lewis? Why? Don't tell me what Congress or Senate or none of that. Biden, Harris, they got the pen. They could sign it. It's not a law. Oh my God, it wasn't a... Did you not listen to the video? It wasn't a law when Trump said them 7 countries couldn't come into the United States.
polarized times, they are increasingly used to set major policy, sometimes against the explicit position of a majority in the Congress. They also lead to sudden big shifts whenever a new president takes office. Here are 5 facts on executive orders. There's no direct constitutional provision allowing for the use of executive orders. Presidents justify the use of executive orders by citing the constitutional provision that says the executive power shall be vested in a president of the United States of America. The very first executive order was issued by George Washington just 6 weeks into his presidency. The earliest executive orders dealt with managing the federal government and were not controversial. Presidents began to use the power to set policy. The courts were increasingly called upon to rule on the constitutionality. In 1952, the Supreme Court in Youngstown Sheet and Tube Company versus Sawyer set limits on the scope of executive orders. Presidents have often pushed beyond these limits. Presidents have issued more than 14,000 executive orders. with the frequency growing in recent decades. While every president except William Henry Harrison, who was in office for just 1 month, issued executive orders, no president before the end of the Civil War issued more than 50. By contrast, almost every president since 1900 issued at least 200. President Biden issued 80 executive orders in just 16 months. Executive orders have been used to end slavery in territories in rebellion, to nationalize industry, and even to inter citizens. As the number of executive orders has grown, so has the use of the power to do big or controversial things. Abraham Lincoln's 1862 Emancipation Proclamation, which freed slaves in Confederate-held territory, was an executive order, as was Harry Truman's action placing all U.S. steel mills under federal control. Franklin Roosevelt issued more than 3,700 executive orders to quickly implement elements of the New Deal. He also used the power to order the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II. President Obama set a record for executive orders and related actions in his first week in office, a record broken by President Trump 8 years later. Barack Obama issued 13 executive orders or similar actions within his first 7 days. Trump issued 14. Obama explicitly and repeatedly stated that he would use executive orders to implement his agenda without legislative buy-in, sometimes going directly against the will of Congress. President Biden revoked 39 of his predecessor's executive orders in his first 100 days in office. Executive orders remain in place until the sitting president removes them or federal courts overturn them. Despite Trump's frequent criticism of Obama's executive orders, he only actually revoked 8 of them in his first 100 days, but Biden revoked a full 39 in his first month in office. And that's what you need to know on executive orders. For all the facts from No Labels each week, subscribe to our YouTube channel.
So basically, you know, what these presidents, these last two, they've been going back and forth with each other. I'm going to undo what executive orders Obama signed. I'm going to do what Biden did. Obama signed executive orders, but again, he didn't sign nothing to give us reparations. Obama was in office when all these blacks was getting killed. He did nothing on police reform. I don't want nobody else to tell me what Barack Obama, also known as Barry, did not do. Okay? Anything that comes up that's not right, against the Constitution, and the president feels that it's not right. I'm sick of my people being killed by the police. Let's do some police reforms right now. Boom, boom, boom. A, B, C, D. Boom, boom, boom. Reparations. They signed something to give us COVID money, which still wasn't enough. Other countries was getting $2,000 a week. A president can do whatever they want to. That field order 115 was put in place by Abraham Lincoln, and nobody, not no Democrats or Republicans, done said we're gonna make this right. It was the field 150 that Abraham Lincoln put in place. Abraham Lincoln's body was not cold, and Lyndon B. Johnson threw people off their land and property. I gave myself a stimulus check. That come from me being a taxpayer. And the world was at so much. So they had to give us money. So Biden got in there and undid what Trump did, playing girly games. not the people's games. Not I'm gonna release all of these people I locked up in the 90s. I'm gonna let them out of prison where he done destroyed generations of family that had a drug addiction of crack. And when meth came out, they sent them to hospitals. Don't go there with me. Don't go there with me, Big Rooster. These Democrats do not give a damn about black people. They never have. They've been media manipulating us, man effing us. Don't go there with me. And Obama did nothing. Nothing. But if I was Big Mike, he would have did something. Obama's agenda was not for us. Nothing. Nothing Obama did was to help people of color, not black people. And black people did not ask for the drug to be put in the communities. Stop making excuses. Just like they didn't ask for the government to spray stuff over there in Saudi Arabia, or no, give the brothers, the people that served in the war, over their pills, doing experiments on them, talking about they might spray chemicals when they gave them pills. A lot of people, ain't nobody told nobody to get hooked on gambling. Ain't nobody told nobody to go buy pee. Ain't nobody that told nobody to do a whole lot of things. A whole lot of people didn't tell people to smoke marijuana. I don't know. What did Obama do? Since you such an Obama fan, what did he do? What did Obama do? I need somebody to tell me, what did he do? What did Obama do? Other than the gay marriages, what did he do?
Plans brighten, protect, and help fight genocide.
What did he do?
I love meaning that they are also a Christian-led company that stands firm in the values of faith, family, and freedom.
That's why I say, T-Cat, some of these people are such strong Democratic that you ain't gonna be able to never tell them nothing. And it ain't even a point a Democrat or Republican. It's what have they done for black people? Nothing. Nothing. But you made Asian hate crime bills. They've been able to get loans. They've been able to do everything while we get handouts.
I'm grateful to you guys for supporting this. You can also head to locals.com if you want to support the show financially.
I'm talking about the Democratic Party. What Malcolm X said. Malcolm X in 1964 called black people political chumps.
He died at 31 years old.
He talked about people like you that will still be sitting around loving the Democratic Party, and what they've given us is crumbs. So please go back and listen to his speech. Go back and listen to what Malcolm X told us about the Democratic Party. And I'm not either one of them, Democrat or Republican. I'm independent. I vote on issues. You know, they promised us and promised us, and they've been using our people, and they never kept a whole lot of their promises. They get in there talking about they want the black vote, and then they get in their office, and then they say, I'm a president for all people, and then they do something to another, do something for another group of people. I'm not going to bat for Trump. That's where y'all get it wrong. I'm just talking about the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party. I'm not talking about Trump or the Republicans. I'm talking about the Democratic Party. Black folks have become woke. Black folks have become so woke now. And that's what I say. You can't have a conversation because black folks done peep game with the Democratic Party. But since we done peep game with the Democratic Party, everybody want to say you a Trump supporter or for Republicans. No. No. I think most black people now are going to start voting independent. They all lie. They all the same birds. White wing, left wing. Left wing, they the same bird, the same wings. Trump don't care about us, and neither does Kamala Harris. The world don't care about us. The United States of America does not care about us. They don't care. It's all about money. We don't have. They're going to keep their money going. The corporations are still going to keep giving them money to push their agendas of brutalizing our children, letting them be able to do something to their bodies. Yeah, it's getting on everybody's nerves. Everybody's nerves. Then all of these cities ran by the Democrats was the states that allowed all of these migrants to come. What's up with that? Then they can't say nothing about it. Yeah, T-Cat, she ain't black. Honey, you better let me drop the link for Candace Owen. She on it. Oh, Trump was on to something too when he was talking about Obama need to show his birth certificate. They finding these blacks that ain't 100% black, you know, and want to make them black like they know what the black experience. Their grandparents ain't picked no cotton. They didn't live through no segregation. No, what the Republicans did is they sent them to them states that said, we're a safe state. Migrants can come here. They didn't, the Republicans didn't vote for them. That was the Democrats that said, we'll take the migrants. And the Republicans sent them right to them Democrats too, as they should have. Y'all wanted them, y'all voted them here. This whole migrant crisis is the Democrats caused this. Kamala Harris caused this. She was in charge of the border. Don't act like I don't know what I'm talking about, Big Rooster. Kamala Harris was in charge of the border. She messed up, okay? They let all of these people, 10 million to 20 million people, come over here that are criminals. Oh, baby, I do my homework every day. You need to do yours. You need to get off the Democratic plantation, because I don't know what you gonna do. I don't know what you gonna do when your eyes gonna be open to these facts. Girl, I don't blame them Republicans. You want to, Texas said no. And that man put them on the bus. He sent them to Martha's Vineyards and everything. They didn't vote for them migrants. They didn't vote for them. Black people are sick and tired of the promises that the Democrats done made. They done woke up. They done realize, Clinton and Biden, they did the Crime Bill Act. They locked up a lot of people in the 90s for addictions. No, nobody told them to become addicts. Nobody told them to try crack, just like nobody told people to use meth. Nobody told them to get addicted to that, but they sent them to hospitals. Okay? Didn't nobody say they voting? There you go, talking about they voting for Trump. Some people just not voting, period. I love you too. But y'all always got to make it seem like they're voting for Trump. Maybe they're voting for some of the things that Republicans stand for. And Project 2025, y'all need to stop carrying that lie on. Talking about that's something he started. Project 2025 was started by conservatives. It was not started by Trump. Well, you know what? And blacks can vote. Vote for Trump if they want to. Why is it such a big thing? Why do black people have to be called names? Why can't anybody just respect that they have the right to vote? It's like the Democrats, y'all have become bullies now. Bullies. But why can't, okay, hold on. Let me drop the link because I got my boy Keller in here. Why can't it be? Why? Hold on, Big Rooster. Okay, hold on. My buddy in here, he getting ready to call me out because every time I say something about Kamala, he say, "Oh, you a Trump supporter." Hold on. Let me drop the link. You got you some help now, Big Roo. Can you Roo? Hold on. Hold on, Keller. Here I come. Hold on. Okay. Comments. Okay, here is the link. All I want to know is they trying to throw this woman on me. Yeah. But you haven't stated any facts to me. They trying to shove a woman down my throat that said she wouldn't change nothing that Joe Biden did. Nothing that Joe Biden did. Hold on, I gotta give my buddy the link. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. You know, it's funny. Crap. It's funny. When Obama, no, when Biden, when she was first running for president, she didn't get that many people. Now I'm gonna tell you something. The woman is a good debater. See, I did my research on Kamala Harris when she first ran for president, right? She ate them all up in the debates. Okay. Big Rooster, she did a darn good job. The woman can debate. But when you started looking at her record, you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now, Big Rooster, you wrong, because he did say earlier that Miss April, I don't support either side as a UK citizen. Hell, Piers Morgan ain't got nothing to do with this. Okay, Robert Kelly, there you go.
Yo.
He can still
What's going on?
He can still give his opinion. Piers Morgan ain't from the United States. He over there giving his opinion. Okay. But anyway, I just want to know, because why I don't support Kamala, why I gotta be a Trump supporter. And I just played the video when Malcolm X said, no, I'm not a Trump supporter.
That's the other person. That's why. So it's either if you don't, like, for example, I don't support Trump, so that means that I support Kamala. So if you don't support Kamala, that means you support Trump.
And I'm not mad at you, person. If you support Kamala,
no. What I'm saying is,
think you don't want.
I'm answering your question. You said that why come since you don't support Kamala, you got to be a Trump supporter because that's the only person left. So common sense, especially when you have a lot of issues about Kamala and none about Trump. So common sense will tell.
I mean, I do have them about Trump.
Hold on. Let me answer your question. Okay. So common sense will tell other people that you're leaning towards Trump and not Kamala, based on your views. Unless you think people are stupid.
It just can't be the views of. I done got tired of the Democratic Party. I don't like what the Democratic Party standing for now on some subjects. It can't be that, right?
I don't think this is I don't think that this go around is about the Democratic Party versus the Republican Party. I think it's about Trumpism. That's the problem. The reason I say that is because you have a lot of Republicans that don't even recognize their own party and has now endorsed Kamala. So it's more so about Trump, not Republicans. This time.
And you got a lot of people that's not supportive Kamala. Yeah.
Right. So
So
if you don't support Kamala, that means you support Trump, right?
no, I mean I don't support either one of them.
Or you
This
gotta
is all.
lean. You have to lean. You have to lean towards
But
some direction. You may
I
not
don't lean
support
towards
somebody
either
fully.
one of those directions. I'm just doing commentary. Yeah, Big Rooster, it's all love and respect. Only thing I did, I played a video from 1964 because I do my research
You
with
don't do
Malcolm
research,
X.
Miss. You don't. No, you don't do research. Now I done been there. I done had to
Malcolm
give you.
X,
I had to correct you plenty of times.
yeah,
So
you
don't.
even had to correct me on
Which mean you
something.
don't do your research. So,
1964, Malcolm X gave a speech and called black people political chumps because 80% of them voted for black people.
I think this go around, and we look at the best person, hands down, is Kamala. If we look at both person and go for, okay, who is the best? Not looking at the color, because we haven't been in a position, especially in during Malcolm X days, that we had to vote for blacks. One of many people, one of many people running for any. Uh, Last time I remember that I can remember was before Obama. It was Jesse White, and I think a lady, I forgot her name, one black lady ran. So you can count the blacks on one hand how many ran for
Yeah.
president. So I mean, it's not like we choose between white people. So that right there, what you said doesn't make sense, because it wasn't we didn't have an option for blacks. But now I feel like, regardless of the color, when you look at each person's resume, she's the best candidate, hands down. There's like no debating that. And I'm willing for anybody to challenge me on that.
Hey,
Anybody,
Big
if you
Roo Roo. Can you Roo Roo Roo?
What's
Hey,
happening, Miss
Big
April?
Rooster.
How you
Big
doing, Miss
Rooster.
April?
what's
Meet
going
Robert
on,
Kelly. He's a good friend of mine. He
What's
keeps
up? What's
saying,
up, brother?
yeah.
It's not about color with me, because if you look back, we've been voting for white people all our lives.
right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This ain't a color thing with me. I voted for Obama because he was the better candidate, and I'm voting for Kamala because she's the better candidate. Trump has done nothing for us, and I hear black people saying how much he's done for us, but he's done nothing for us.
That's fact. That's a fact.
Well,
He only
Trump didn't
he only does
sign
he only
any
do people
laws.
for himself and his in the big corporations.
Trump didn't sign any laws that would hurt us neither.
But you got to remember, Ms. April, I keep trying to tell you, Trump can't make laws. Only thing Trump can sign
He
an
only signed
executive,
them.
right? The only thing he can sign an executive order is if it's already federal law and they try to change it, he can sign an executive order to stop that because it's
And
already law.
even if you do an executive order, it's not as powerful as, it's like a lower version of the law
Right,
that they're trying to pass.
right.
He
And that's
can
why
veto a law.
right, and that's why I was trying to tell you to go back and listen to what you said, because then when you
No,
played that
because
clip, hold on,
okay,
Miss April.
so Trump.
Hold on, Miss April. When you played that clip, it told you in there clear as day that the executive cannot pass laws. So when Trump signed all those executive orders and Biden them overturned it, they didn't overturn it. The courts did. The courts overturned those laws, not Biden and them. Biden and
And
them
they
just pushed for it to be turned.
and they only got rid of the inhumane laws. Are you talking about the border things,
Yeah,
policies that
exactly.
they took?
And that's
They
what I
only
was trying
got
to.
rid of the inhumane laws. For
Right.
example, let me give you an example. You have migrants that come over here as with their parents, like let's say 2 years old. They come in with their parents. Now they grown. When they was 2, they didn't have no control of nothing. So now they grown. Do we put them? Deport them? And then you had the DACA. You had the DACA where people was getting separated from their parents. I mean, y'all look at these people as immigrants. I look at them as humans.
Well, once they come over and file for asylum, they're not immigrants anymore. Now they do have immigrants over here that do come in that don't pass through borders.
Exactly.
Those are immigrants. The people that file for asylum, their asylum seekers are not immigrants. And then what happened is when I was telling you that Abbott and what's his name down in Florida, DeSantis, when they bust them against their will. They made them seem like, oh well, everything's gonna be all right. Y'all want to go here, y'all want to go there, but them people didn't understand.
Well, we have sanctuary. We have sanctuary cities for situations like that because it was a surge of people coming from the Central America that overflowed Texas.
Like no more.
No. We have sanctuary cities that was put in place since 1989 for situations like this. The problem was it was such a surge. Like we haven't seen this surge before where we wasn't really ready for it. So I think the problem is the process of making someone a citizen. That's the problem. Most people visa lasts for 6 months. So if you seek an asylum and overstay your visa or come over here and overstay your visa, your passport, I think they should be able to get that process done before the 6 months. Right now, the problem is it's taking 7 to 10 years.
Yeah,
that's the problem. It's a broken system.
Right.
When somebody is seeking asylum, a refuge, and trying to get away out of a messed up situation, they don't have 7, 10 years. They need to get out of there now.
That's exactly what this last
So the system has been messed up for years.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, nobody took an approach to fix it. Reason being, I believe they want to weaponize it. I believe they want to keep it a problem. Because fast forward, you come up with a bill to fix everything. You take it from, they came up to get more judges to make it from 7 to 10 years to 3 months. To make it from 7 to 10 years, all the way down to 3 months, and you don't pass it.
Yep.
And you don't pass it because you need it to be a problem.
They didn't pass it because Trump wanted to run on that.
He won't have nothing to run on.
Problem.
He won't have nothing to run on. When you see Trump, that's all he talk about is immigrants this, immigrants that. If they would have fixed that problem, he wouldn't have a campaign. So
well, they use it.
Well, Trump told him not to.
Told his constituents to vote it down. And he bragged about it too. And he go on his campaign and brag about it.
That's all we be trying.
So when you do if you say you do your homework, Miss April,
right?
With all due respect, you would know these things.
I know Trump didn't want people over here, but what I'm saying is, I'm like GJ34. I just want for everybody to be coming over the borders in any country legal. That's all we focusing on now.
Well,
I don't want to hear every day
they're trying to fix.
They're talking about Venezuelan gangs, Haitian
not
people
just over
doing
the border,
this.
Miss April. People come here on planes and overstay their passport and visa too. So it's not just one. It's not just the border. Trump make it the border because he's a racist. All he talk about is black and brown immigrants. You don't see him talking about no Russian immigrants. You don't see him talking about no European immigrants. No British. Who else I'm missing? Irish. Us all type of immigrants here. But he only talk about the black and brown. Lately, he talking about the Haitians because that's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. They black and they immigrants.
I want to say this to you, Miss April. illegal immigration is never going to end. I don't care who the president is. You know, there's all you got to remember laws. Every time you make a law, there's someone out there that's going to break that law. That's just the law of the land. They found holes dug for miles under the border that, you know, come up in houses that's like right in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So there's just too many different ways to get in this country.
And we're not the only country that deal with that.
Right,
a lot of countries
right.
deal with immigrants.
Right.
We're the only one that
It's
make
some.
it. Let me give you a perfect example. Dubai. Dubai, I believe, and my numbers is off, so but it's just a general number. But I think over 75% of their population is immigrants. And what they did with that was they utilized that and found a purpose for them. They made a desert that was made from nothing to a mega city. A mega city, so quick.
And guess who paid for that, Ms. April?
Who paid for it?
We
the
did
Democrats.
We did at the pump. American citizens.
The United States.
For that. The United States paid for Dubai to become a destination.
So check, I say that to say that we have what's the word I'm trying to look for? They can be utilized. I can't think. I'm trying to think of the word about. They can be utilized here, especially with these hurricanes that messed up these cities.
Okay. Here, Arch. Come on, Archie. Okay. Hey. Okay. Check this out, y'all. The internet. Y'all keep talking. But I do have another question. Aside from the border thing, y'all know my main reason I don't like this, because I don't like what they're doing to the kids, where the kids are able to make decisions of changing their gender. I feel like they are butchering up the kids, because that's what they're doing.
Okay, so I would need you to show me something where the kids can do something outside of their parents' consent.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Calvin. Why would that even be on the table?
I'm asking your source. I'm asking for your source. I'm asking for your source.
No. Kids have been able to take puberty blocking drugs to block puberty, and they have been taking girls' breasts, making them into penises and different things, or they've been removing.
Where they getting this stuff from? I'm not too versed on this. Where they getting this from?
They've been removing women's body parts.
Hold on, Miss April. Now I'm against people telling kids that they can do what they want to do, but I've yet to hear about anybody getting breasts removed and making it other parts of the body. I just haven't heard anything like that.
Well, but that's what's been happening. And
okay, can you
well, I'm at the elevator getting ready to do my dog walking, so I can't get on my other tablet. I can't get on my tablet. Okay, but anyway, even if they're not taking the breast off, okay, to make penises, what about them letting the kids take the puberty blocker drug?
That's what I'm saying. Outside of their parents' consent, they let them do that. Are you telling me us that they? I think we lost in the elevator.
Want to become boys?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait till she get out the elevator.
Yeah, I haven't heard about the puberty thing and none of that. Now I have heard that they are questioning parents when kids come to school and say, I want to get, a sex change, and the parents say no, and then they come in the house and send CPS to the house, things like that. I have heard that.
They
but
have
I haven't heard anything
but to actually follow through it without their consent.
Yeah, that part.
Is that going on?
They've been doing
I haven't heard of that.
Robert Keller, in California and in some states, if your child decides that they want to be a boy or girl and you don't go with it, they were trying to pass laws to put the parents in jail.
Did it get passed?
No, they didn't.
Okay, well, that's a moot point.
They weren't trying to put you in jail. They were actually trying to take the kids away from you.
So if the law didn't get passed, it's a moot point.
Yeah.
And I don't think Congress will ever pass anything like that.
Yeah. But they're letting the kids be able to make the decision under the years of 18 years old if they want to transition.
Outside the parents' consent, that's why I would need to see your source on that, because I'm not versed on that, and I haven't heard that.
Oh, okay. Well, I can find that. Yeah, several states. Well, that's why the American College of Pediatricians done stepped in. Yeah, because some states were trying to jail the parents.
So you said, when I first came in here, you said that Kamala created these cities where she's in charge of the border, and that's not true.
What now? Wait a minute, you going in and out.
Are you still on the elevator?
No, I'm off.
Okay. When I first came in here, you said Kamala was in charge of the border, and she's responsible.
Oh crap.
Hey, what's your name again?
Because this Wi-Fi outside, I don't know what's going on. This is crazy.
Can you hear me now?
It's crazy.
Can you hear me now? Can y'all hear me? You're on mute. I think you're on mute.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I think she need to probably redo that.
Did you see the debate yesterday on Fox?
You mean the interview?
I mean, yeah. I'm sorry. I said debate.
I saw some of it. I didn't see it all, but I seen how he kept trying to overtalk her.
Yeah, because he know that was he lost that part.
Right. Yeah.
But I think I felt like I saw the whole thing, and immediately he started over talking her.
Yeah. He knew
and to me, it felt like that he wasn't prepared. I think he tried to create a bunch of gotcha moments.
Well, he admitted she caught him off guard.
Oh, he did.
Oh yeah. He admitted it. He ain't had no choice. He ain't had no choice. You come up in here with this bull stuff. You know what I'm saying? Trying to, play, like you say, trying to get that gotcha moment, and it just didn't work for him.
It didn't work, and I'm going back to if it was Trump, the same type of questions. Oh, that's such a terrible question.
Right.
That question is horrible. Who you work for? CBS, ABC? Such a terrible question.
Yeah,
but she stood her ground.
Listen, I'm gonna crack you up with this one because I was listening to somebody talk. Right, you see my hands, right?
Oh, the little
man with the little monkey with the symbols.
That's what it is.
That's what they say. They say that's Trump. See, I say, wow. But yeah, man, I just try to, like Miss April be thinking I be trying to, show her up and argue with her about things. But like I said, she got to do the homework. And
Got to do the homework.
Yeah, she got to do the homework because, I
think that applies to a lot of people. A lot of people
Right.
are misinformed when it comes to people who. I talk to a lot of people who are Trump supporters. I say, "What's the policy you like of Trump?" They can't tell me.
Right.
Dig, baby, dig is what they say.
And
that's terrorists.
That's the crazy thing is every time you ask them, give me a policy. Nobody knows.
Terrorists, dig, baby, dig.
They sound like, what they sound like? They sound like Trump when he says, well, the plan is in the making. Well, what's the plan?
Concepts.
First of all, what is the plan?
They got concepts of plans.
Yeah. And then, well, I can't tell you that because I ain't the president. Wait a minute now. Every president that hasn't been president has told us what their plans are. What's different with you?
When he came in day one, saying he's going to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. He came in, tried to get rid of it. When they saw that him getting rid of it would have taken away coverage for, I think, like 30 million people or something like that. So they immediately got rid of that.
Well, you see what he said about that, though, right?
Oh, he made it stronger. He made it stronger. His only mission was to get rid of it.
Right. He said, but I see that I couldn't get rid of it, so I made it. What's the next best thing? Make it better. So I made it better, man.
His only mission was to get rid of it in any type of way. Was Sakeem do that right?
Right.
So I made it stronger. No, you couldn't. You had nothing to replace it with.
Right.
Better.
Right. And that's the bad thing about it, the man did nothing. I mean, I remember his first time when he first ran, he was like, "Oh, Obama, all he did is play golf." But they say he played 4 times the golf in 4 years than Obama did in 8. I said, "Wow." Just come on, man. If you're gonna bring it. Let's show us. Put the pedal down to the metal and show us. Don't hit the gas and then talk about you ain't got no exhaust coming out the tailpipe. Because that's all I'm seeing is him hitting the gas, ain't no exhaust coming out the tailpipe.
I mean, I can go back. I mean, I haven't been voting long. I can only go back. I'm 40, and I only can go back from what I remember. And if I go back, it will be probably the first Bush Senior. So I remember that. I remember it was messed up. I remember my father was scared because he thought he was going to get drafted.
Mm-hmm.
And you had Clinton come in, and he balanced the budget. The budget haven't been balanced since Clinton.
Right.
Then you got George W. come in after him.
Right.
He finished his daddy war, the Gulf War, and we go through this crisis with the housing. Mm-hmm. Things are messed up. The economy. I mean, everything is just messed up. Then we get that get handed. Now, mind you, the budget was balanced when he got it. He messed that up immediately.
Mm-hmm. Immediately.
Pass that to
Obama.
He get a mess. He get the housing situation back together. He get the who did they bail out? The auto industry, I think they bailed out.
That's what it was.
He get everything going in the right direction. Pass that torch over to Trump. He inherited a good situation. By the time Trump got out of office, he mismanaged the coronavirus situation.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't wipe my ass when he was in office.
Mm-hmm.
They talking about the groceries is expensive. it wasn't no groceries on the shelf when he was in office.
Right.
So people dying in freezers, and he telling people to bleach up their ass.
Right.
It's just messed up. Now he passed that to Biden. Biden come in day one with a terrible situation. Fast forward to now, we back to normal how it was prior to COVID. So I'm looking at the trend that it's always the Republicans that's messing it up, and it's the Democrats that's coming in with something terrible and getting it back right, just to hand back to them to mess it back up again.
That's all they doing. That's all they doing. That is totally, you hit the nail on the head. You hit the nail on the head, man. I go through this with my barber all the time. He tries to tell me gas was cheaper. I say, man, gas. He even tries to say that
yesterday's prices will never be today's prices.
But the funny thing is, he say that Trump's gas was cheaper than Obama's. So I go back, I do a whole little survey on, because I do the facts. I go back and bring the whole survey to him. I bring it to him, right? And I show him. And this dude still, I say, man, what are you looking at? I bring you the whole sheet.
Even if it was, inflation is projected to happen.
Exactly.
I mean, I think when you just look at the price of the common goods and gas like that, I think you being one dimensional is much bigger than that. You also got to look at the NASDAQ. Got to look at the Dow Jones. Got to look at the employment rate. The economy is so much diverse and dynamic. You can't take this simplistic approach and just look at the prices of eggs, because they are projected to go up. I remember when I was younger, my mom. When I was younger, I was go to the store and get like a bag of chips, like 25 cents, pop 50 cents. And I remember my mom just be like, man, I remember when that used to be nickel.
Right. Well, I'm 55. I'm 55, so I remember when it was a dime and 15 cents.
Right. So I say that to say that yesterday's prices will never be today's prices. What they're not looking at to counter that is wages is also going up as well.
Right. Well, I want to say this to you, because you hit the nail on the head when you say that, man. I'm a big cupcake fan. Hostess, I love Hostess cupcakes. And I remember as a kid, man, I used to go to the store and get those Hostess cupcakes when I first started buying them, they was 35 cents.
Mm-hmm.
Then when I was a teenager, they was 50 cents.
That's when I came in, when they were 50 cents.
And then you look at them now, they $3.
$3. $3. Now, is that Trump? Is that any president fault? No.
It's right.
It's inflation. It's the cost of living is projected to go up. And
GJ, man, don't just listen. Chime in. You know what I'm saying? Chime in. We holding this down till Miss April get back. But chime in. Feel free to chime in. We don't want to just be, dominating the conversation. We want everybody to feel like they're part of this.
But yeah, I mean, when it comes to inflation, you can't take the price of common goods only. You got to look at everything around it. And what I was saying was also wages go up.
Yeah.
When I first started working, I was working at McDonald's. Minimum wage $5.
Hey, listen.
Now the same job I had, I'm in Chicago. They paying McDonald's people $18, $20.
Hey, listen, man. It's funny you say that. I was just driving this morning and I was thinking to myself, man, when I started my first job, I was making $3.35 an hour. $3.35 an hour. And then I got a little lost in the sauce, went to the streets, made a little money, you know what I'm saying, in the streets. And when I finally went back to work, man, and just been working ever since, man, I was making $7.25 an hour.
You see what I'm saying? So I think Chicago minimum wage right now is, I want to say $15 an hour. but the majority of the jobs is paying well over the minimum wage.
Right.
So wages are going up. So that's how you offset, the higher prices. But another thing that I like that Kamala says she's going to implement is she's going to have more houses coming in to help with the. Because I'm into real estate and everybody know. Everybody.
Okay. I'm back, y'all. I'm listening. Okay.
Everybody know that it's a buyer's market and a seller's market. It's always going to be a cycle of that going back and forth. Right now, it's a seller's market, right? Not a buyer's market. So what Kamala said she was going to do is make the supply, give more supply.
Scary. All right. There's Archie. I haven't heard from him yet. From who? Walton. Okay. Have you called? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Miss April.
I'm sorry. I muted my mic now. Okay. Sorry. I'm back.
What's some
listening.
policy? What's some policies of Trump you like?
Huh?
What's
I told you I don't like him neither. I don't like him neither.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
I don't like him neither.
I don't believe that.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's some things you don't like about him?
Huh?
What's some things you don't like about him?
He has the assault of women, but the rest of them, they got them too. Clarence Thomas, Anita Hill, all of them people, of abusing women. Yeah. I don't like that about him.
Who do you believe, if you had to pick your poison, who do you believe? I know you don't like neither one, but if you had to pick your poison, who would you go with? What poison you gonna pick?
See, there you go.
Well, I'm going.
I'm not going to choose between either one of them.
I'm just giving you, it's just a hypothetical. It's just a hypothetical. If you had to pick your poison and pick between the lesser of the two evils, according to you, who would you go with?
Well, they both evil to me.
I know. So who would you go with out of the both evil, both devils?
Why I gotta?
It's just a hypothetical. It's just a hypothetical. I'm not saying that you got to go with anybody. Just a hypothetical.
Hypothetical. Well, I would have to give Kamala a chance. I would have to give her a chance. Everybody does deserve a chance, but I just don't want it to be forced down my throat.
I got you. So you saying you're not voting at all?
Not for the president.
For this election coming up.
I'm not voting for either one of them.
Are you voting for midterm?
Yeah, I'll vote for local things on the ballot.
But for the presidential election, you're not voting at all? Is that what you said?
Uh-huh.
I got a problem with that. Because we had people who got bit in their ass with German shepherds, got hosed down, just so we can get the right to vote. Got their ass with billy clubs, so we can get the right to vote.
Yeah. I said I'm going to vote.
And they went through all that, and you said, "No, I ain't voting." I got a problem with that.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I don't know. Maybe once I get there, we'll see.
Yes, but
We'll see.
right before you left, you know, you was having some issues. When I first came in here, you were saying that Kamala is responsible for the border, and she's responsible for sending busing these people to these different cities and things
Well,
in
no,
that
I
nature.
didn't say she was responsible.
Who you say
What I
responsible?
was saying was when the Texas was one of the states that got them people, and the
But they're a border
governor
state.
of Texas,
They
her,
Texas is in Texas, Arizona, California. They are border states, so they going to come in there. But we have sanctuary cities in place, and Chicago was one of them, along with New York and
right,
some other ones. But hold on, the sanctuary cities has been established going all the way back to 1989.
right.
So Kamala wasn't in office then. Kamala wasn't in office then.
Okay.
So how's she responsible for people coming to sanctuary cities?
No, no, no. What he was saying that they sent all of those people to the different states was like you said, Chicago was a sanctioned state. Uh, Texas
Okay.
was like, no, we're not one. We're sending them to the
Texas is one.
places
Texas is a
they
sanctuary
are.
state. Texas
Oh,
is
they
one. I
are?
mean, they not. Well, it's no such thing as sanctuary state. We'll put it that way. You have sanctuary cities. Hold on.
But Texas, they didn't want them. They didn't want them.
They
They
could.
went
It was
in.
too many. It was too many for them to stay there, so they had to spread them out across all the sanctuary cities. They had some. It was too many of them.
Yeah. And GJ4, you said they're still looking into the cases about the women in Trump. I know because one lady is already saying now, you know, that they paid her to laugh. Yeah, this is, yeah, the cases. So, but did you see the Fox interview yesterday? Did you see her interview with Fox? She answered none of the questions. Why can't she answer any of the questions? Oh, well, okay, they're leaving now. See, I'm back. Now they want to leave. Because I want to show them about, hold on there. Okay, so hold on, this should be, okay. There's Mr. Keller.
Yeah, I don't know what
He's
happened.
back.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so, right, DJ for so she can't answer any questions. Now hold on. I'm gonna ask, these are some of the questions that she wouldn't answer.
Okay. What
Hold
was
on.
it? You got a clip of it?
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
You talk about the Fox interview?
Keller, keep talking. I gotta go out and come back in.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm not double anymore. Okay. I'm fine now. Okay.
Okay, let me,
So she never answered any question.
any? Okay, what are you referring to? I just came back in. I missed something. You said
Okay.
what you referring to? The interview?
Yeah.
What question she didn't answer? Because he wouldn't
What she
allow her to
didn't
answer.
answer.
He asked her a question and he didn't like the answer that he was getting, and he talked over. I saw a lot of situations where he wouldn't allow her to answer the question because he tried to create a gotcha moment that backfired. So, give me an example of a question she didn't answer.
Hold on.
You said all of them, I think. None of the
Yeah.
questions.
She never answered any.
Okay, well, let's
She
play it.
never answered any question.
Play it.
Hold on. Hey, Pierre. Great Pierre. Hold on. Because I had all of that.
Okay, it says, I don't understand that part either because the vice president is supposed to speak well. I think she speak very well. I think Trump don't speak well. That's the person who don't speak well. I think Trump is C now. Your oh,
Okay.
are you on
So
your
he
tablet?
asked her, you told many interviewers that Joe Biden was on his game by
She
yourself.
said Joe. She said Joe
Well,
Biden is not
I'm
on the
reading
ticket.
quote for quote what was said.
Okay, go ahead.
Then he ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished? Harris blanked. Then,
So
after she had a moment to recollect herself, she simply dodged the question.
she didn't
She
dodge
said,
the question. She
Joe
didn't dodge the
Biden,
question.
I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room, and he has had the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people. So,
Does
by
sound like an
answer,
answer to
there
me.
were no
First of all,
concerns raised. Then she gonna come back and say Joe Biden is not on the ballot and
so
Donald Trump is.
so that sound like an answer to me.
But she's under his administration.
No. We're talking about now the ticket now. Joe, he is right now. It is Vance because you don't hear you hear Vance is Vance and Trump and it's Walls and Harris. Biden is not running now. I know they
Okay,
wish he
we
would.
get that.
Hold
But
on. I
she
know they.
sure knew. She
Let me.
knew that his
Can I
health
fin-
was declining.
Can I answer the question? Finish answering your question.
Okay.
Uh, so I know they wish Biden was still running because that's what they prepared for. All they knew was Hunter, and Sleepy Joe. That's all they had They had the campaign spent so much money in campaigns about Hunter, even though Hunter ain't running, and Sleepy Joe. Now he have
Yeah,
removed himself
Hunter,
from.
his
Let me
son,
finish.
who might
Let me
have been
finish.
running
Let
the
me
White
finish.
House,
Let me finish.
especially
So
with all his
wait,
connections with China.
okay,
Hey,
so
Amber's
let
Angel
me.
Truth.
So they removed they removed himself, and now they don't know what to do. They was
Thank
prepared.
you.
They was prepared. Uh, uh, they had a plan for Sleepy Joe and Hunter laptop and all this stuff, and that has been removed and it set them back. Now Biden is no longer on the ticket going forward, and she answered that question because the truth of the matter is, who cares? She's not on the ticket.
Who
So
cares is
why are we
American
entertaining this?
people where it was hidden from them. How, if they will cover up Joe Biden was in that White House
She just said
with
that
not
how
a
he
full
operated
mind.
from the Oval Office to the Situation Room, how he operated. So that I guess that answer wasn't good enough. And then she turned around and said, on top of that, he's not on the ticket. They just didn't like the answer, but he is not. He is competent. Joe Biden is just old. He's just old, but he's very competent. So she said that from the Oval Office, how he acted from the Oval Office to the Situation Room. That was her answer. Then turned around and said, and also he's not on the ticket. Next question.
Okay, hold
So
on.
what? That's answering the question.
We're going to listen to this article.
What article is this?
This is from the Washington Post.
This story was written by Philip Bump. Well, Fox News loads the dice, so Trump always wins. Vice President Kamala Harris understood that by agreeing to an interview on Fox News, she was venturing into hostile territory. And from the outset of that discussion Wednesday, anchor Brett Baier pressed Harris on the record of the Biden administration and on policy issues that were of concern to Fox viewers, such as immigration. That immigration is a central concern for Fox News viewers, of course, is in part because it is the centerpiece of Donald Trump's bid to regain the presidency, and by extension, a focal point of the channel's day-to-day coverage. Fox News helped amplify Trump's perceived strengths and Harris's perceived weaknesses, and that filtered into Baier's questions. It is worth noting that while Baier was aggressive in pressing Harris on the question of immigration from the outset, often interrupting her answers in an apparent effort to push her away from her prepared comments, he was also aggressive during the first major interview Trump granted the network after announcing his bid for the 2024 Republican nomination. Back in June 2023, Baier knocked Trump back on his heels with questions about his retention of classified documents at his home in Florida. Baier's interruptions were not quite as sharp. He did push back. But that was June 2023, when it still seemed like Trump might not be the Republican nominee. Baier's most recent conversation with Trump before Wednesday was on the last day of the Democratic convention, when Trump was already the GOP nominee. That interview was conducted by phone, making interjections trickier for the hosts, but there didn't seem to be much inclination on their end to do so. The only forceful pushback came at the end, when Baier and co-host Martha McCallum needed Trump to wrap up. Baier is keenly aware of how important Trump's political base is to his employer. After Fox News made the dangerously premature call that Arizona had gone for Joe Biden in 2020, Baier reportedly pressured higher-ups to reverse it, seeing the backlash that quickly erupted from viewers. There is often little value for Fox News hosts to challenge Trump, and clear benefits to encouraging him. A few hours before the Baier-Harris interview, in fact, Trump appeared on Fox for a town hall centered on women's issues. Unlike the interview with Baier, the Trump discussion was conducted in front of an audience, one made up heavily of Republicans and Trump supporters. The host of that conversation, Harris Faulkner, began not by pressing Trump on issues of concern to women, but by giving him an open-ended opportunity to respond to criticisms of his campaign, after noting how well he is doing with non-white voters, at least relative to past Republican candidates. Here, again, the questions tended to center on issues where Trump and Fox seem to think Trump has an advantage. There was one question on abortion, for example, and one on trans women playing sports. Bayer had a question about trans people too, a focus of Trump's campaign ads. None of this, though, really captures how Fox News ensured that Harris's appearance would do the least possible damage to Trump's candidacy. That unfolded during the hours of programming that followed the interview, during which hosts and producers clipped the least flattering moments in the conversation and presented them to viewers with a slathering of spin. Laura Ingram's show came on shortly after the interview. Harris, she began, clearly wasn't prepared to answer the real questions. She showed a clip of Bayer praising Harris on immigration. She is the sitting vice president of the United States who was put in charge of the border. What, in the first month that they were in office? Ingram said, making a claim
That's a
about
lie.
Harris
She won't put in charge of the board.
represents her role. And she will not answer a direct and simple question. Another clip on immigration, and Ingram offered her summary of Harris's performance. She can't really speak to the details, despite the fact that, again, she's the border czar, Ingram said. That's an inaccurate presentation of Harris's role. And again, she points herself into the same radical direction that she was in back in 2019, where people saw her back then as the true radical. She's still a true radical. That's why she refuses to renounce her policies. Ingram's show was followed by Jesse Waters's. He led off by declaring that it was disorienting covering Harris's campaign. Her record's radical left, then she agrees with Trump, but her values haven't changed, he claimed. Her VP's wooing white dudes and Obama's scolding the brothers. This last word was offered in Waters's estimate of an urban patois. She hid from CNN for 5 weeks, then she turned down the Fox debate. Now she's playing footsie with podcast host
He turned
Joe
to debate that.
on Fox. Well, be
Trump turned
careful
to
what you wish for, he continued, because Kamala Harris sat
Hilarious.
down with Brett Bayer for a half hour. She was roughed up so badly, Pelosi's asking Joe to get back in. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Democrat California, was one of the most prominent voices to question whether President Joe Biden should continue his presidential bid this summer. An hour later, it was Trump's pal Sean Hannity's turn. I'd say the joy had gone in the Harris campaign tonight, and her obvious anger, that was on full display. The one she's notorious for, that was on full display during the interview, he said during his introductory monologue. Kamala appeared agitated, obsessively tried to simply avoid answering basic fundamental questions. She took zero responsibility for anything that had happened during the Harris-Biden administration. And when all else would fail, he continued, she'd either flat out lie or go to the default campaign mode. If the dog bites, if the bee stings, if you're feeling sad, just blame Donald Trump for everything. This was the tone of each of those shows, the ones that aired during prime time and which, on a day-to-day basis, earned the most viewers. Harris sat down with Bayer in an effort to be heard by the channel's heavily Republican and right-leaning base, only to have the network follow up that interview with a battery of voices focused on framing her as negatively as possible. As we noted in 2019, when Senator Bernie Sanders, independent Vermont, sat down for an interview on Fox News, this is how Fox News operates. Contradictory voices are sidelined or buried. Efforts by those not on the political right to reach the channel's audience are inevitably hampered by the channel's infinite ability and interest in recontextualizing things to fit its political objectives. Never argue with someone who buys ink by the barrel, the saying used to have it, though the modern iteration might instead quantify the amount spent on right-wing pundits. It's unlikely that the interview will have much effect on voters. Avid Fox News watchers aren't going to be particularly sympathetic to Harris in the first place, given that they watch the channel avidly. Harris can claim something of a moral high ground as she tries to appeal to Trump-skeptical Republicans. Here she was at least showing a willingness to engage her opponents in conversation. Imagine Trump on MSNBC. But there was never a chance that she was going to beat Fox News at its game. After all, Fox is always and relentlessly playing that game, a game centered on boosting Trump and tearing Harris down. For the network and its hosts, the point wasn't Bayer's interview. It was what they could do with that interview to win their
game. Now, so, you know, you had everybody saying that on Channel 7
Did you see the
that
interview, Miss April?
no, I did not see it.
Okay, well, I think that's what you need to start with is actually watching the interview. When she did that interview, she's not speaking to. She understand where she's going.
Oh,
She's going,
hold on. Let me drop the link.
huh?
Some people want to come up.
Okay. Uh, when she went on that to Fox, she understand where she's going. Um, she is in the process, and actually, she's going on a lot of doing a lot of interviews. Echoing. What happened?
You should still be there.
You, you, you got two devices going?
Oh, wait. You
You
know
know what?
what? Let
Hold
me
on,
go
hold on.
out and come back in. Keep
Yep.
talking. Keep
Okay,
talking.
well, go out first so I can stop echoing.
Okay. I'm going to go out and come back in.
Or probably mute. Oh, there we go. Um, what I was going to say. Oh, so she went to Fox. Actually, she's on a media blitz. She's going to try to reach everybody. She's trying to get every voter she can get. This chance, not checker. So back to Fox. She understand where she's at. Uh, she understand that as majority of the supporters that listen to Fox, she not gonna move. But it's a very small portion that may listen to her or may hear what she's saying and start Googling stuff and do research on their own. That's the small little slice of the pie that she's speaking to because a lot of things they just don't talk about over there. So now if she put it in front of them, especially the independent voters, because you got a lot of independent voters that don't listen to CNN; they listen to Fox to get their news. So she is not speaking to when she go to Fox. She's always probably speaking to 10% of the listeners. Uh, and when they hear, maybe they may be okay. Let me Google this. Let me do some more research on this. Uh, uh, she's been on Howard Stern. She's been on uh the View. So she's going on a lot of different platforms to get every uh, uh, uh every voter she could possibly get because this is going to be marginal. This is going to be marginal, and it's not going to be the popular vote. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. I got a call. Hopefully, my thing is not messed up. If I'm messed up, let me know in the chat room if my audio is messed up. But um, what I'm saying is, she's going on all these different interviews because she understands that this is chess, not checkers. It's going to be very marginal when it comes to the nobody as of now have it in the bag. If you think, okay, thank you. If you think Trump got it in the bag or Kamala, you sadly mistaken. Nobody have it in the bag as of now. This is going to be a tight race, and it's going to be extremely marginal. Like last year when with Arizona, I mean with Georgia came down to 11,000. So that's the same thing that's going to happen, or at least that's what they're expecting to happen. When you look at these polls, the polls don't. I think the polls is good for certain things, but they're not good for the electoral college. They may tell you who may win the popular vote, But as far as when you have the electoral college and the equation, polls is useless. Polls is for strippers at that point.
Okay, we got Prince Pierre in here. Hey, Miss Queen.
What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, April? Thanks for letting me come up to your panel. Uh, Brett Breyer, let me first start off by saying this. Donald Trump was on valuetainment yesterday before that doggone interview that Kamala had with Brett Breyer. And Trump even says that Brett Breyer don't play with him. At the time of that interview, he didn't believe that Brett Breyer was going to even do what he did
He did. Yep.
that evening.
You're right.
Now, okay. I'm gonna say. Now you can say. Now you telling me what I'm gonna say something. So I hope you ain't telling I'm lying. That's what Trump said.
That's
And
what Trump said.
Brett Breyer don't play with Trump. Trump be criticizing
Fox
all the time. He be
Hold
criticizing
on, Aaron,
Fox,
because I just came back
right?
in.
So everybody yesterday, when I was listening to some pundits, a lot of people thought that Brett Breyer was going to lay off on it. They
because
thought
of
he was
Fox,
going
because
to
of
do a
what Trump
soft
said.
interview.
Because what Trump
No.
said.
That ain't because of what Trump said, because that interview, some of that clips didn't even come around, didn't go viral until this morning of what Trump said. I'm talking about independent pundits that had their own opinions.
Okay.
I have my own opinion. My opinion on that Brett Breyer, I don't give a damn what he do. I know what Fox gonna do. I know him, Brett Breyer, but I didn't really see a lot of interviews back in the day. I seen a couple of interviews. He come hard at people, but I ain't never seen him interview Trump because I don't really watch Fox like that. I watch Fox now. I got this one lady I like over there. I like Harris Faulkner. She don't play. She don't give a hot dick. She ain't gonna let you come out doing the misinformation on the program. That's what I respect. Now, with
I
her,
know.
but hold on. The main point I'm bringing up what Trump said, why I'm bringing up Trump with Brett Breyer is Trump, that Fox is supposed to be Republican and lean. Brett Breyer don't play with nobody. He does his job. Now, they go back and forth. She didn't get a soft interview over there at 60 Minutes because that
Nope.
black man at 60 Minutes didn't play with her.
You're
Okay?
absolutely right. You're right. That was the first.
And
That was the first one
that
she
was the
got. That
first
was
one,
like
yeah.
hard.
Yeah, that was the first one she got hard. Okay. Now, she supposed to be on Fox for the first debate on September 4th, and she declined the debate with him. All of a sudden, you want to go on Fox now? You supposed to be on Fox. If
Well,
you're supposed to be a
they never had
candidate,
that. They never had that established. He gave several dates. He gave several dates that was never established. They had the one on ABC. She said, "Let's do this one that we have first, and then we'll talk about future ones after that." He threw out
but the
other ones.
first one was supposed to be. No, the first one was supposed to be on Fox. They could not agree to
No,
that.
ABC was already established. After he debated Biden, ABC was
Yeah.
already established. Both parties already agreed to it. And then when he dropped out the race and she dropped in, he all of a sudden want to go. He don't want to go on ABC no more. He want to go to other places. So she's
But he
like,
went on
"No,
A,
let's
but,
do."
but he went on ABC, right? And
He
that's
went
what
on
ABC.
ABC. He went on
What happened to
ABC.
ABC?
He went on ABC and said, "I'm not debating her no more."
Look at what they did. You ain't hear about the earplug they had in the ear, about the notes. The one lady that was an AKA that was on there got fired. They talking about
There's
penitentiary charges
AKAs
on these
everywhere.
folks.
She didn't get fired. She didn't get fired. She still work for them. But there's AKAs everywhere. She been working there for years. Uh, uh,
Only reason I brought that woman ain't there no more. That
she
woman
didn't
gone.
get fired. She still work there.
No, they fired her.
They fired her, brother.
Fired the
They
black lady?
fired. Yes,
Yeah,
they
they
fired her.
fired her after
They
that
fired her
interview
yeah,
because
they
they
fired her after
found
that
out
debate.
that they had given her the questions
Hold on one
beforehand,
second. Hold on
and
one second.
her earpiece was actually a Bluetooth. You didn't know that? You better Google that.
The earpieces. That's what they said, but there's no proof of that. That's
And then
stuff that they.
and that's to let you know
There's no
That
proof of. There is
information.
no proof that she had a Bluetooth in her ear. That's. She can't put no earrings in her ear.
Hey
So
man, nobody
that's a
know. I'm not gonna
conspiracy
go
theory.
there.
I
I'm
don't
not gonna go
subscribe to
there.
conspiracies.
I'm not going there. I don't care about that. But the woman
Oh,
did get fired.
right, I'm
That was
not finna
all over the
subscribe to no
news.
conspiracy theories. Give me some proof.
That ain't no that. Okay,
Hold
Yeah,
on,
okay.
I'm
Well,
getting
if
ready
you
to
came
bring
backing
you the
up,
just
truth.
if
Google
you
it up.
came
Just
backing
Google
Hey,
it
up
up.
with
everybody, we got
concrete proof,
Angel's truth in there.
Go ahead,
if you
sister.
came backing up with concrete proof, it's conspiracy.
She got fired.
Let
That's
me
on.
see. Let me
That's
see what
on
she got
you.
fired for.
Yeah, she
Go
got
ahead.
fired after that debate.
Okay, let me see what she got fired for. Go ahead. I'm listening. Keep talking.
Oh, I'm done with that part. But the main reason I'm bringing up that precursor about it is when he asked the key to that question y'all was talking about when you was talking about the Joe Biden situation and why Brett Breyer asked her because she started talking about Trump's incompetence. So what he's doing is measuring her mindset on when the first time you see incompetence from Mr. Judge Joe from not Judge Joe. I don't want to think about Judge Joe Brown. He must have been do something crazy, say something crazy today. But Joe Biden, right? Where his incompetence was at. Okay, bro. We know what happened to him. They kicked him out after the debate. Really, they kicked him out after as soon as Trump got damn near got decapitated over there in Butler. Then he went over there and had the RNC. After the RNC that Monday, they told Biden had to go. The Monday after RNC was over with. They got him up out of there.
So I'm reading up on what y'all just said. Nobody got fired from ABC.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. I'm trying to find it now, but I'm listening because I'm trying to find her name, Lindsay Davis, right?
Yeah, that was her name, Lindsay Davis.
Lindsay Davis,
Okay.
that's the name. Let me, because I'm looking. Reuters saying nobody got fired.
Hold on. Yeah, it says it's a false claim.
Right.
I'm looking at it now. It's a false claim, and
So what
I
they
think
do
that's
with
the
him?
I think that's the problem.
Go
A lot of
ahead.
hold on. I think that's a problem that I see when it comes to a lot of people. I mean, I'm speaking in general. I'm not applying anything to y'all up here. I'm just speaking in general. But when it comes to a lot of people that support Trump, they be misinformed, and all they got to do is cross-reference and do some homework. Don't take things for face value. Just like when you told me that she got fired, immediately I tried to look it up, and I couldn't find it. And I just came across a thing now that said that was a false claim. But
You gotta watch out, but you gotta watch out because Google, because where I got it from the so-called leftist organizations, the CNNs, the MSNBCs, the one that brought that mess out.
Lindsay, let me see if she did something lately. That would
So
do it right there.
they claim they got fired. Now this is what they could do.
Lindsay Davis.
This is what they could have done. She might have threatened to sue their asses.
Hold on, let me
And they
see
had
if
to
she did.
come back and they had to come back and do something. Might have reassigned her ass some damn
Oh
well.
no, she's still there. She's still a broadcast. She's still a broadcast journalist at ABC News, who currently anchors on the Sunday edition Real News as we speak. So she's still there, bro. So I will say this: don't take if you found that, cross-reference it. Don't take things on face value because you said that she was fired. First thing Miss April said, "Yeah, she fired. You didn't know
Yeah,
that?
well, that's what I
Yeah."
had read. That's what I had
And I
read.
said, "Hold on." First thing I said
Okay.
was, "Hold
But they
on."
was in
Wait,
hot
hold on, Miss
water.
April. Hold on, Miss April.
Okay.
What I said was, "Let me check," because I ain't heard that. When I check, I don't see none of that, and I'm saying that she got a show every Sunday.
Here's what they're
So it's
saying about
easy
it.
to go on there and Sunday with your own eyes and see that she's being televised live to debunk what you to just see is what you said is true.
Here's what they're saying about it. They're saying she just got blasted by right-wing people because she fact-checked Donald Trump 5 times and didn't fact-check Eric.
And that's the reason. That's the reason Donald Trump didn't want to do 60 Minutes because he didn't want to get fact checked.
Right. That's
They
exactly
said we fact check everybody. He said, "Well, you ain't fact checking me. I ain't deuces." That's a problem for me. That's why. Why do you accept that, and why should I?
First of all, First of all,
No, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. Hold on. I'm asking you. Hold on. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. But legitimate question. Legitimate question for 60 minutes. He refused to do 60 minutes because he said he don't want to get fact checked as a president running for the country. Why should you accept that, and why should I?
Well, we see what 60 Minutes that's done with we just seen what 60 Minutes is done with with Kamala Harris. And they take
They
that
fact
full
check her.
interview because hold on. They saying, yeah, but thanks to Elon Musk's X and people over there stealing clips from the links and broadcasting that to death, we got it. But the interview said they edited that sucker so doggone good. They painted a good picture.
Man, we
Oh,
get transcripts.
Kamala
Okay, so
Harris.
they edit everything. So of course, they go edit and post production, but they have transcripts of everything that was said that's available now. They going to edit. They can't fit the whole interview in the whole time frame of the broadcast. So post production, they edit things out. They edit everybody. If Trump would have went there, they would have edited him. But he said they didn't want to get fact checked. Now you just said that was a hard interview for her. That was one of her first interviews where they really asked her tough questions, no
Yeah,
softball
but then they
questions.
turned around. Yeah, because the reporter did his job, and they turned around, and CBS is left wing leaning. By the way, they don't want Trump to win because Trump finna redo that media thing where they're gonna have to spend money and try anti-trust victim to try and get Trump from there. Where they've been over there lying on the doggone game, so they've been changed. They don't want no Trump in there. And everybody know that. Nobody wants Trump in there. Nobody, none of these, nobody, not even Fox, really,
So
because
here's my
they don't do what Trump wants them to do. So they don't fool with Trump, really.
I think you
They just
misunderstanding my question. I think you misunderstanding my question. Okay, so let me say it this way. When it comes to the 60 Minutes interview, this has been a historical interview for every candidate going back forever. This is the only time where Trump or the Republican Party said we are not going to interview, even though it's traditional. We're not going to do it, and the reason behind it is because you are going to fact check.
And Kamala Harris will not do a Time magazine interview. That is traditional. What is your point?
Are you answering my question with another question?
No, you damn right, because that's how I get
I
asked.
got you.
Time magazine is historically has been always
She was on the
interviewing
front of Time
president.
magazine. Well, first of all, she was on.
No. And I care about being on the cover.
She
I
was
just
on the cover
read
of Time magazine, and he was like,
it don't matter about being on the cover. They can put anybody on the cover. They put O.J. Simpson on the cover of Time magazine, sir. What are you talking about? That don't mean they interviewed him. Come on, that's a false equivalent, man. Come on now. I just read on the doggone thing that she was not doing an interview with Time magazine.
They
She
said
wanted to do an interview with
they said
anybody.
she wasn't gonna do one with Fox until she did.
Finally, what?
Now
How
she
many
didn't
days?
do the debate with Fox, because I'm telling you, the first debate was
He don't
supposed to
want
be
to do no
3
debate
debates.
nowhere.
No,
He don't want to do
Don't
no
need it.
debate.
He don't need to do no debate with him.
There really ain't no debate.
I'm gonna tell you
I
why
know.
Trump ain't
I
gonna
know
do
his
no
team don't
debate
want
with him.
that.
I know why. First of all, Trump ain't gonna go in on her like he really want to, because he's gonna come off as a racist white supremacist. So he actually being smart by leaving that woman alone
Well,
and
he is being
going to
smart
do what
because
he been doing.
you judge a tree
Yeah,
by the
that's what y'all
fruit
gonna
it
do.
produces. You judge a tree by the fruit it produces.
I just
He's
want
a
to. I want
germ.
to
Well, the
know.
fruit is producer. He's the first president in history to not have no slaves.
First president in history that's adjudicated rapist,
That's not
34 count.
I want to know. I want to know why Trump don't have to. Why he shouldn't do a debate.
Well, he did a debate with him.
Yeah, but I
But
mean,
most of them do too.
most of them do
First,
2
she
or
wanted
3.
to do 2 debates. She didn't do that. She didn't want to
At
agree
a
to the
time,
last debate.
because you know what? When he did the interview
Hey,
with Biden,
she don't want to
and
debate, man. And now
check
she
this out.
want to
Check this
debate.
out.
I want to debate. I'm on debating. Ma'am.
Check this
Because
out.
if
When
you
he did
want to
that
debate,
interview with
you wouldn't
Biden,
be talking about debating them no more if you're dominating.
when he did that interview with Biden, and we all saw that it was bad. It was one of the historical roast interviews that the Democrats did, he wanted to debate him again immediately. Immediately. After
Well,
the second, huh?
he was going to have to debate. Yeah, he was going to debate him anyway. So he was going to do
So
a couple
check it
more
out. So
debates
check it out. So when
after the
fast forward to
RC and
Kamala,
DNC.
fast forward to Kamala. Oh, I'm good. I ain't doing no more debates.
Nah, he good. He don't need to be debating that woman no more.
I
Because the
know
woman
he's
ain't do
smart. His
nothing but
campaign won't allow him to
gaslight.
do it. His campaign won't allow him to do it. It'd be suicide
No, he
for him.
don't need.
I understand it.
No, it wouldn't be
I understand why.
suicide. I watched the
It's
debate.
political
It was 3
suicide.
against 1. They was lying when he was talking about the dogs and cats. Because black folks act like they don't understand that Haitians practice a thing called voodoo boudin, and they do sacrifice animals. You might ain't seen them eating them personally, but they sacrifice
He
animals, and the animals they sacrifice do eat. And people live in
he
that
is
doggone Springfield, Ohio.
he just lost a lot of Haitians by saying that. We got a lot of
He
Haitians
don't
that
give a
vote.
damn. He don't give a damn. He don't give a damn about the Haitian vote because he didn't call them out
Well, he
personally.
need
He
to, especially in
said it.
Florida. He just
That
put
ain't
Florida in
true.
play now. He needs to
He
just
ain't
put
not
Florida in
losing
play
no.
by
He
doing
ain't
that.
losing no. He ain't losing no Haitian vote. Because
He ain't
Haitians
lose
know
no
they get
Haitian
down
votes.
like
They
that.
they they
No.
mad. They mad. They mad as hell.
He ain't losing the Hispanic vote.
We can't-
Yeah, but he lost a lot
You
of
know
white
why he
folks.
ain't losing it? You know why he ain't losing the
He
Hispanic?
lost
I'm
a
gonna tell
lot
you
of
why the
white votes,
Hispanic vote.
though.
No, he have not. That man ain't
Yes,
lost no
yes,
white
sir.
yeah,
folks.
please,
No,
man. You
man,
see
you
the
crazy as
rallies?
hell. What you talking
I
about that
wouldn't be going
100,000?
to
You
a
talking about that
rally either.
100,000?
They're trying to kill him. I mean,
Thank you.
unalive him.
He just
No, I'm
had
talking about
100,000
Kamala
out there
Harris
at
rally.
Coachella.
I'm talking
Oh,
about
she
You
Kamala
was.
got
Harris rally.
one dodging bullets and one dodging questions.
Yeah, you got one guy. Yeah, they crazy. This
God,
man
that
talking about he losing white vote. What white vote is Trump losing?
he lost a
A
lot of
lot of them.
Republican votes, man. He lost a lot of
A
white
lot of
women votes. He lost a whole bunch of votes.
a lot of
April.
them.
Man, you ain't blind to this whole situation, man.
No,
Hey,
I'm not blind. I'm not blind to that. What white folks are you talking about? But the main thing white folks is worrying
I
about
just
is
told you.
immigration.
I just
Immigration.
told you.
I don't care about what you talking about, bro. I don't care about
I
what you
know you
talking
don't. I
about. That
know
don't
you
mean
don't
that. That
care.
don't
I
mean
know
it's
you don't
true.
care, but
That
I'm
don't
telling
mean
the
it's
facts,
true.
bro.
I'm
It
just
is
saying
true.
that ain't no facts. It ain't
It
no
is
fact.
facts. I
I'm
can show you.
saying numbers.
I can
It's
show you.
numbers that saying it's numbers saying that Trump is winning and all doggone. He got
I can show
teams.
you a lot
But
of
let's
old
go
white
by.
people with Kamala Harris signs, bro.
They all
hey, April.
liberals.
April.
Huh?
Hey, let me say
Yeah.
something. Okay?
I see a lot of old folks with it too.
Here,
When I bought
Let
that
you do
for
what?
two
let
cents,
her.
Hold
What's your
Okay,
name?
everybody, let Amber Angel
on.
Oh,
speak.
Amber. I'm
go ahead,
sorry.
go
Hey,
ahead,
Amber.
go
How's it
ahead, go
going,
ahead,
Amber?
go ahead.
Let Amber, everybody let Amber speak.
Well, thank you very much. I haven't been on in months, especially on April's channel.
Hey,
I'm just trying to say, hey, April, what's up?
Hey,
And
what's up,
I'm ready.
Missy?
man, you can't speak to me.
Look,
That's all.
I'm
Hey.
one at a time. I got to speak one at a time.
No, I'm just talking crazy.
I know who you are. We're fixing to get into it. We fixing to open it all the way up, all the way open. Nah, I'm just kidding. I agree on a lot of the things that everybody's saying. Hello to everyone on the panel. And what's going on is like when I'm listening to y'all talk about research, you're doing your homework. All I can say is this: look, we all have the same access, the
Yep.
same platforms. We all have the same reach. We can all look at all the same things.
So why is that? Why are we having different? If
I'm
we
not
all have the
finished.
same information to
You've been
access,
talking.
why do we have
Let me
different?
finish, okay? Just let me finish. And I wanted to say that one person can read something and another person can come and read the same exact thing. And each person has a different perspective depending on where they come from, right? Depending on other things that they've gathered in their information, depending on what they, perceive things to be. So we can all come up with different conclusions, even if we see the same information. But here's the thing. the way I see it is we all can argue. It don't matter what color you are. If you can't see the writing on the wall, if you haven't seen around you in your own environment what's going on around you, like I have a dear friend on here on YouTube. We are not speaking now, and that's okay because he sees it his way, and I
Man,
see
y'all
it.
done fell out.
Oh
Uh,
man.
no, we
I
just not speaking because there's no reason to become enemies about it. He has his view, I have mine, right? So, see, y'all sidetrack me. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, so basically, if I'm right or he's right, it really don't matter. That's really not what's important. But see, he says that that was ketchup on Trump's ear. He really wasn't shot. Blah blah blah. But here's
It
my
was,
facts. This is my facts. Okay, the guy Corey that caught one of the ketchup-ridden bullets, he died. He lost his life. Right?
uh-huh. And the other edge,
Was he a plant? Was it staged? Did he really die? Right? Did this guy? Yeah, he did because he's about 8 miles. His family lives 8 miles down the road from me. He really died. He really caught a bullet. Bullets were really fired. You
bullets
see
was
what I'm
fire.
saying?
I don't
None
think
of
the bullet
y'all,
hit his ear
none
though.
of y'all live 8 miles away from this guy that died during that assassination attempt. And see, I did a video about that, and I'm not trying to say I'm right because when I'm wrong, I admit that too. But I said we gotta wait and see. You gotta wait till you get more information, not listening to what this person's saying, what this person thinks, what this person thinks. Sometimes we gotta be patient and wait and see. But Kamala, at this point, there is no way factually that she can win. She can't win, especially when you got traditionally black voters coming to this side. They coming to the Trump side. Why? Because the past, we're not going back. The past has failed. It does not work. And there's got to be a change. See? And if Kamala was going to do anything, what she's running on now, she could have already done it. She's had 3.5, almost 4 years. She ain't done nothing.
What can she have done?
Absolutely. What could she have done?
Hold
What
on,
could she
let me
do
finish my
now?
question. Let me finish my question.
What could she do
What
now?
could she have
Well,
done as vice president? Because anybody who have taken
wait, you asked the
let me
question.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
It's a two-part question.
Anybody who have taken uh, basic civics understand the roles of a president and the roles of a vice president. Vice president, considering that a vice president don't govern, they don't sign and they don't make policies, they don't sign anything into law. Considering that that is not in her job, the things that she is able and not able to do as a vice president, what
See,
could she have done?
Oh Lord, here we go. Now hold up.
when you
Joe
choose,
Biden said on The View that he gave Kamala full reins as vice president.
when
See,
you
a vice
choose
president
that
have
vice
to have
president,
some
I'm gonna ask
influence.
you a question.
They can have some influence, but at the end of the day,
But
Biden
if
has
he
the
was
final say.
incompetent,
Hold
then
on.
that means she was passing everything, right?
No, as vice president, you said. Listen to what you said. As
You're doing
vice
all of
president,
that.
as vice
You're the
president. So
president.
she do her vice president stuff. Vice president stuff don't govern. They don't create policies. They don't sign bills into law. They don't do executive orders. They don't veto.
Well,
And
can
so
I ask you a question?
hold on. But anybody
You just want to be
Anybody
part of
who
my
took basic civics should know that. Now, if you don't know that, I
Now I got to
question if
counter
you.
to that because
Well, let
everybody
me
said
ask
that
you
Dick
a
Cheney
question.
was the pseudo
When you're a
president when
president,
George W. Bush was in the White House from 2001 to 2008,
when you're a president,
2009.
And
No,
you
no, you have
choose your
a
vice
you have an influence,
president.
but you don't never have the final say so ever.
When you choose your vice president, they are to. It's because that y'all believe in the same things.
Yeah, you have the
You
same vision.
like Biden would not choose Trump as a vice president because they are far away from each other in their beliefs. So when he chose
Is that why Pence
when they
not running?
put Kamala up there, he chose her to, if something happens to him, she can fall in place. She clearly said last night, she is not going to be anything like Joe Biden.
You've
What
answered
a
my question,
nightmare.
Amber.
Y'all are
My
She
in
didn't
question
say that
is,
on Denise. She
okay,
didn't say that on the View.
can she create policies, Amber?
Say
Can
what?
she sign anything into law? Can she veto? Can she do executive orders, Amber?
Well, so far she can't do anything.
Oh,
I doubt
okay,
she could do
thank
any of
you,
them.
thank you.
And that's beside the point. She had one job.
And if she wanted to, can she do
She
that?
had one job.
No, she can't do that. That's against the law.
If she wanted to
That's not
do
her job.
sign the bill into law, if she wanted to,
If
can
if
she do that,
if
Amber?
Obama told her
Now
in
you
her ear
asking me a
to do
question
it,
with another question. Just answer the question. If she
I'm
wanted,
asking if you
if she
shut up
wanted
and
to,
hear me.
if she wanted to sign
If you
a
would shut up
policy
and
or a
hear
bill
me,
into law, if she wanted to, can she do that as vice
if
president?
I'm telling you, if Obama whispers in her ear to do it, yes, she could.
She cannot sign anything into law as vice
No, she
president.
can't sign that into
Obama is not
law.
the president.
Amber,
If Obama
Right.
come on,
tells her
Amber, you
to, she
smarter than
can.
this. She can't.
She can't
She
Obama
sign
is
can't
not
none
the
into
sign no
law.
president.
bills.
She makes us sign and vote. She can make
She
you
may have
sign
an
and vote.
influence on it. She can be the tiebreaker.
Yeah,
Is
she try to
Obama
break them votes in the
She could
House
be
and
the
Senate.
tiebreaker, but she
is
can't
Biden
sign nothing.
is
She
Biden
can't do no
incompetent?
executive orders. She can't veto nothing.
No shit.
So
That's what
all
I
been
just said.
saying that
That's what I just
that
said.
Biden has been sick. Who been
That's
running
what
the
I
White
just
House?
said. That's what I just said. She can't, and
The
common
bureaucrats,
sense.
Who been
the
running the
Obama,
White
bureaucratic
House
class,
then?
the bureaucratic
Obama,
class.
Biden been running the White House. He ain't been sick. He was only
He ain't
sick
been
for like
running
Dementia,
two
shit.
months.
Listen, we
But
Alzheimer's,
he was
A
in,
dementia.
couple
we
He
of
goes
weeks.
but
in
they
and
Couple
out.
of
said he
weeks,
was
Miss April.
let's just
incompetent to
like to
run
say
as president.
let's just like
He
to
was
say
incompetent to
when
stand trial.
Neither
So
one of
how
them
is
are
he still
running.
competent to run
And
the
if he
White
was,
House?
even if he was sick, she'd still have to run it by him.
let's just
You
like to
can't,
say when Trump got COVID, he wasn't running the run. Who's running the
Y'all
right?
White
know who's
House?
really running
Come
it?
on now.
You know who's really running it? Y'all know who's really running
Wait,
it.
wait, wait. But wait.
Since
We got to
2019.
get the roles established. I'm not gonna move.
2019.
Let you gloss get away with this because it appears to me that you are under you believe that a
You
vice
don't have enough
president
information to
can
judge
sign
me.
things into law and can make laws and can govern. It seemed
I
like to
didn't,
me that you believe that, and that's a
no,
problem with me
no, she
because
can't do that.
basic civics says she can't do it.
You believe
And I question. I have a lot of
you
questions
believe
if you believe she can do
Calamity
anything,
Harris
any of those
should
things.
be the president. That's a problem with me. If you
No, no,
think
no, no, no,
Harris
no, no,
should
no.
be
You said why haven't
president,
she
then
done it
I have
yet?
a
She's
problem
vice
with you.
president, Amber. She's vice
She,
president, Amber. You
she
said
is
why
not going to
haven't
be the
she
president.
did any of these things as vice
She
president?
is not going to be the president. I promise you.
Okay, we
Well,
wait.
wait and see.
Well,
She's a
we
failure. She's a
let's have
failure.
okay.
She's
So
a
let's have
failure.
Amber. Let's have
She's a
uh uh
failure.
uh let's have a decent
Okay.
conversation and
So
go on one thing at a time.
that is what we've talked about.
Okay,
Kamala
Amber.
Harris, the vice president, she could not pass any laws or anything. The vice president cannot do that.
Okay, so let's have a fluent conversation and let's do one thing at a time and then move on to the other. You said that why haven't she done that already? My answer
Why
is she can't
hasn't
if she
she
wanted to.
done her
She
job
can't, and if you
already?
believe she can, I have raised more questions. If you
Okay,
believe that she can
if
do
you will listen
presidential
to
things,
me, I will listen to you, and we will have a conversation.
okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, when you asked me that, I was doing, I guess, what she does. She deflects. No, see, Kamala can't do anything. She can't even do anything as vice president as she sits right now. I'll be damned if she can be the president. She can't even do the vice president things. If Obama tells her to do something, she has to do it. That's who's running in their ears right now. But we are under a continuation of government.
Oh my goodness! Really,
Yeah.
Let it get off.
Let's come on. No, because that's pushing.
Let us finish.
Miss April, that's pushing false narrative. Obama is not running this country. It's President Biden.
Conspiracy theories.
Okay, keep going, Amber.
To play this, all the
keep going with conspiracy theories. Come on, listen.
if you want to, everything I've ever said was a conspiracy has come true and is now fact.
Keep going with them. Let's hear some more. Are you done?
No, I'm not done.
Okay, I don't want to overtalk you. Go ahead.
If you think that Kamala has a chance, a snowball chance in hell to be the next president, you need to have your head completely examined. Period.
Ain't that what Trump just said about everybody that's voting for her the other day?
No, I'm saying it.
No, Trump just said if you ain't voting for him, you need to have your head checked.
That's right. That's exactly right. Because
that's a regurgitation of what came out his mouth.
My opinion of if you don't look around in your own neighborhood, if you don't look around your city, if you don't see what's going on in your grocery store, if you are blind to all these things that are going to only get worse, if you don't stop the Biden administration, which is the left, do-dirties, and anybody that supports murdering a child after birth ain't worth
birth. That's happened. That's been debunked so many times. The regurgitation.
Please name us
They've been debunked so many times. It goes conspiracy theories again.
No, they were trying to do that in California.
They were not trying to do that.
It's not legal nowhere. It's not legal nowhere.
They're doing it in Atlanta. They're doing it in Atlanta.
It's not legal nowhere. It's not legal nowhere. So if they're doing it anyway, they need to be considered malpractice. They need to go to jail.
Yeah, you're right. And if even before that, they should have been going to jail.
Let me ask you this: if doctors aren't willing to do it in states when the baby is in the womb, what makes you think they would do it when the baby is out of the womb?
In California, they were trying to pass it, and I'm a fan to show it to you.
That was not trying to pass.
Trying to pass it and passing is two different things.
Just the idea that they thought about it.
Miss April, that has never been on the ballot.
If a woman, yes, it was.
I don't care if they was trying it. Did it get passed? I mean, it's a moot point. You talking about some trying? I'm talking about she said that it's already
in California. Hold on.
Bro, I've been living in California all
Well, then that's a moot point. Then it's a moot point.
If women have the rights to their body, my rights, and they have control of their bodies, then shouldn't they have control not to get pregnant? Shouldn't they have some kind of control as not to get pregnant? They've killed off so many babies, more than what's, it's killing life. I don't see how anyone can support a human that would even push that right.
Well, if that's the case, you need to look at Donald Trump because he was pro-choice until he became a Republican.
And it is, yeah.
And on the record, even his wife.
A lot of black people are waking up too.
Even his wife today is pro-choice.
You know what pro-choice means?
Black people have always been woke. What are you talking about waking up?
Woke means you're not awake. There's a big difference between woke and awake.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about abortion and murdering babies.
Wait, do you think all black people have always been for abortion? There's not all black people don't think the same.
Right.
I've never said all black people anything.
Okay, so what do you mean?
Okay, so I'm not. I'm not for. I don't believe in abortion. I believe I have the same values that you think. That don't mean I got to vote for Trump.
I didn't turn this into a black thing. I'm speaking for women.
But you just black people have woke up.
I'm a woman. You're a man.
You just said black people have woke up, though. That's what I'm saying. You didn't. Yeah, you didn't intentionally turn it into.
While ago in the chat, you were talking about black people aren't woke if they're voting for Trump. So I was just going along with what you
said. I said they
She said she was reading it. She said she was reading the chat.
What you said. What you said. What you typed.
Tell me what I typed.
Go back and read it yourself because I can't see
what I just said. I said if black people are voting for Trump, they need to do their.
Then they're not woke, is what you said.
I never said woke. I never used the word woke.
Okay, well you better reread it.
Forever.
You better read it.
Black people have been woke forever.
I know. Now they're waking up.
They've been woke forever. They're not just waking up. What are you talking about?
Woke and
Have you ever been black, Amber? Have you ever been black?
Woke and awake are not the same thing.
Have you ever been black, Amber?
Have you ever been black? Black is a culture. A color and a culture are two different things.
Have you ever been black?
You want to turn this into something else. You're not going to do that. You don't get to do that today.
I'm responding
to do that today, honey.
I'm responding to what you're saying. I'm not turning this into a black and white thing.
This is not a black and white subject. This is an American subject. What are you?
So let me ask you this. I'm glad you said that. So are Mexicans Americans?
If they're in the United States and they are legalized, yes.
Yeah, no, they're no. See, that's where you're wrong at.
Are those Haitians Americans that he tried to in Ohio?
I was born in America.
America is a continent, Amber. Mexico sits on the American continent, the North American continent, and Canadians are Americans.
You're not so dumb that I have to explain this to you, are you? I'm an American.
Is a continent of American countries.
Are you an American? Are you an American?
Those Haitians that he tried to send back, are they American?
No. If you're an American.
They legal citizens. We talking about no. They legal. They can vote.
I asked you a question, Amber. Are Mexicans and Canadians Americans?
That's not my concern here.
The ones that have went through the.
I'm talking about the one in Ohio, but he talking about eating dogs and cats. Are they citizens?
Miss April,
y'all start talking.
American is a continent and not a country.
Hey Amber, are you an American? Is such and such an American? Why are you asking stupid questions?
I do feel like we're getting off track a little bit.
Let's get back on track. Now I want y'all to look at what California, and it was amended. It was a reproductive bill that they amended, but California was trying to pass a law.
Hey, we talking about trying. We talk about actually on the books now.
Right.
If it's not on the books now, it's a moot point.
Right.
Like I said before.
It was passed, but then they amended it. They should have.
Well, they should have.
California had actually put on the books where a woman could kill a baby after 28 days.
They said full term.
They amended it and they changed it.
They said they didn't say after it was born. They said up to term or something. Late term abortion.
We went through this before, Keller. Remember?
Yeah, it was late term abortion. It wasn't after the baby was here.
Keller. Mr. Keller.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Keller, sir. Now, at one time, they were doing abortions up to that. They were.
Right, late term, but not when the baby has came out.
After they come out and they they were laying them on the table.
Is not true.
Give me, show me.
Amber, stop lying so much. You
okay,
lying.
Amber, show me.
Oh my God,
give me the source. Give me the source.
Mr. Keller.
Give me the source.
I have a human being that worked in a clinic.
Okay, give me the source.
For me.
Okay,
She is
if they was, it was illegal. If they did that, it was illegal.
Hold on, Mr. Keller. Ain't it funny that every
Mr. Keller, that's
that's
what
brought
I'm
up,
saying.
she
They
has a friend
changed
that
it
did
back.
or a
Hold on. So are you saying that they did this and it was actually in line? Are you saying that they did this and it was actually in line with the law, or they did this illegally?
I'm saying that's why they passed these laws to stop it.
No, I'm gonna ask a very specific question. Are you saying that they did this in line with the law, or they did this illegally?
They were doing it illegally, but they had to put a stop to it.
Okay, well, I'm not talking about that. And they did that illegally, they need to be prosecuted.
Now it was illegally, but she's saying it was lawful.
Okay, if they did that illegally, they need to be prosecuted.
They were doing it like it was lawful.
Stop
like
lying.
it was
Stop lying,
and
Amber.
they were saying it has their rights. And you can stop attacking me, calling me a liar.
You are lying. Stop lying.
We're having a conversation with Mr. Keller.
Hey, Rooster, you're wrong, because in California, they had introduced a bill.
And it's not on the books, Miss April. We already established that.
Right. But
okay, so it's a moot point.
It never got to the ballot.
We talking about if it's legal or illegal.
But thank God that they didn't.
That's
mean, but they were trying to
but we are having a conversation as if it's legal or not. Now, if they did that illegally, then they need to be
people are
prosecuted.
thinking about doing that type
for
of stuff.
malpractice and everything that come with it.
Well, they're trying to pass the laws to where they can do it.
Well, I ain't talking about what they're trying to do. I'm talking about what's actually on the books.
Okay, but Trump is not pushing that. Where
ain't nobody pushing that.
Kamala is pushing that.
After the baby is born, she pushing that. I never heard her say that. Show me.
Okay. You need to look at some stuff.
So now I'm gonna have to go back to what he said. You lying.
You lying. That's what you doing.
Now, if you saying that Kamala is pushing that, I am full tested saying you are lying. She never ran on that.
I never heard Kamala say nothing like that, though.
You've got my sources. I mean, we all have our own sources, right?
Say that again.
Just tell me, why did it ever come up about after 9 months? Where did that come from?
No. Hold on. I'm not going to let you gloss over what you just said.
I'm not.
Said that Kamala is running, or I won't say running, but Kamala is pushing after the birth, you can terminate the child.
Yeah, she wants to bring back Roe versus Wade.
That's not what that, bro. Oh,
you better read it.
Roe versus Wade never said you can.
Roe versus Wade is not after the baby is born.
Oh yeah, up to full term.
Pierre, do you know anything about this? Because I know you do your research.
To full term, I thoroughly I know all about the abortion thing. Trust me.
It's not after the baby is born.
Yeah,
it's late term. It's late term.
Late term. After 6 months is late term to me.
We talking about after the baby came out the womb.
Yeah, that's right. But
she's not pushing for that. She's not pushing for that.
She's pushing for abortion. Period. I mean,
but anyway, what you said earlier, we have you on record saying that we have you on record saying that Kamala is pushing for abortion after the baby is born. After the baby is born. After the baby is born.
That's right. Roe versus Wade.
That's a false statement.
I understand how people know
versus Wade will support that,
and they still come
up. Roe versus Wade will support that.
No, it would not. No, it would not. It never
we're gonna move over. We're gonna move over.
You need to read it. You need to dive deep into it and look and read. Thoroughly honest.
They never supported that when it was in reverse. When it was in reverse, even actually, Amber, Roe v. Wade.
Since 1979. 1979.
You're
Roe v.
lying.
Wade.
I know a little more about it than you do.
You're lying,
Okay.
Amber.
You don't like that talk her liar.
She lying.
You called me a
That
liar
part
on
you
the
mean.
I know
That
what
part you
You
lying.
are lying. It ain't. I'm telling the truth. You lying.
Yeah, that
I
part
don't
he's
care
right.
you
You are
lying.
lying when it comes to that.
Man, get out of
Okay.
here.
And that's dangerous to give out. What
That
you're
is
doing, Amber,
dangerous.
is dangerous.
That's dangerous information.
That's
Stop
dangerous. But you
lying.
have some people who is going to take that for face value, and you
Right.
are giving
But you
disinformation out.
need to read it to make sure
Disinformation.
I'm correct.
Oh,
Read it all. The
you are
whole
not
thing.
correct on that.
Read
Man,
the whole
That is a
Amber,
lie.
Roe v.
That
Wade
is
is
a lie
having
started by Republicans. Stop lying.
Amber, Roe v. Wade has not been
Read it. Read it.
overturned in all states. It still is. It's still abortions can be done in some states. So are you telling me what the courts didn't overturn it,
You're talking
that they
about
can kill a
when Roe
baby
versus,
after?
you're not listening at all.
I'm
When
listening.
Roe versus Wade, if she were to get that back,
It's still here in certain
I'm
states.
not
I'm
in
trying to
the
tell you. It's only overturned in certain states.
In 20
I'm in
states,
Illinois.
it's
I'm in
overturned.
Illinois. You can get an abortion in Illinois.
It's
yeah,
overstated.
you can get an abortion, right? Yeah,
Overturned in 20 states.
but Roe versus Wade, you can go up to 9 months.
But you just said after
You
9
said
months.
after. You said after the baby come out.
Yeah,
After the baby was
that's 9
delivered.
months to
Stop
me.
it.
To me, 9 months that's after it should be born.
Oh, to
Yeah,
you. Okay, to
Listen,
you.
if you go,
after that,
if you go
To
full
you.
term,
after
if
the
you go,
woman
if
pulls
you go
Okay,
full
the
hold
baby.
on for 1 minute.
Miss April.
Hold on.
Hold on,
I
Miss
think
April.
I done found the article where Harris and Trump stand on abortion, access, and reproductive rights. Hold on.
2 years ago, the U.S. Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade made abortion access a top political issue across America, and now in the race for the White House. Our Laura Barone Lopez has been covering both candidates' positions on reproductive rights. She joins me now. Good to see you, Laura. Good to be here. So start with the national landscape for us here. Where do the bans and restrictions currently stand nationwide?
Right now, across the country, 13 states total, have abortion bans with very few exceptions. Now, after that, there are 4 states that have bans at 6 weeks, and 3 other states ban abortions after 12 or 15 weeks. And the majority of those states are in the Deep South, including swing states like Georgia and North Carolina.
Okay, so that's where we are now. When it comes to the candidates, walk us through. Where does Vice President Harris stand on this issue?
Harris became the face of abortion rights for the Biden administration, and she was the first sitting vice president believed to have visited an abortion clinic during this administration. Now, when it comes to her positions on abortion, here's what she wants to do. She wants to restore the federal right to an abortion that was first established under Roe v. Wade. She wants to protect abortion access until fetal viability, which is generally considered to be around 23 to 24 weeks. And she supports ending the filibuster to pass federal protections for abortion. The reality, though, Amna, is that it's highly unlikely that Vice President Harris would have enough votes in the Senate to end the filibuster and to pass legislation like that. But Harris made her pitch to Latino voters on this issue in a town hall last night.
There are probably many people here and watching who rightly have made a decision that they do not believe in abortion. The point that I'm making is not about changing their mind about what's right for them or their family. It's simply saying the government shouldn't be making this decision.
Harris has made abortion rights one of the biggest issues in her campaign this year and is hoping that it helps her in a number of the swing states.
Okay, so that's where Vice President Harris stands. What about her opponent, former President Trump?
When running in 2016, Donald Trump said that you ban.
Well, according to the article said you're lying.
In 2016, he also said there has to be some form of punishment for women who get abortions. And in 2016, he ran on appointing Supreme Court justices to overturn Roe. Now, since then, the former president has said that he would veto a 15-week national abortion ban, despite the fact that multiple Republicans and the anti-abortion movement support a national ban. And Donald Trump has said he would allow states to restrict abortion access. Now, Donald Trump, as he's been running, has also said that states with bans have a right to monitor pregnancies and prosecute violations.
The former president is also open to restricting abortion pill access like mifepristone. And then finally, Project 2025 calls for a nationwide abortion ban. And we mentioned Project 2025, Amna, because so many of the people that wrote that and that are calling for that served in the first Trump administration and are likely to serve in a second Trump administration. Now, at a recent rally, Donald Trump also suggested that women are not going to worry anymore about abortions if he's elected again.
You will be protected, and I will be your protector. Women will be happy, healthy, confident, and free. You will no longer be thinking about abortion. So all they talk about abortion.
And we should also note the past comments made by Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance. In 2022, when he was running for the Senate, Amna, he said that he would like abortion to be illegal nationally. And he also said that he was, quote, sympathetic to a national ban on interstate travel for women who are seeking to get the procedure.
So Laura, as you well know, you've covered IVF. In vitro fertilization has also been in the spotlight this cycle, especially after that Alabama Supreme Court decision that said frozen embryos should be considered children. Where do the candidates stand on IVF specifically?
Vice President Harris backs a Senate bill that establishes protections and rights for people to access treatment to in vitro fertilization nationwide. And her most prominent surrogate on this has been her running mate, Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota, because he and his wife used fertility treatments when they were trying to have their first child. Now, as for Trump, that Alabama court decision put Republicans on the defense, Amna, and Trump has said he opposes efforts to limit IVF, that if elected, he'd provide full coverage of IVF protections and cover full services by requiring insurance companies to pay for it. But he hasn't provided details on how exactly he would pay for a lot of that. And Senate Republicans twice, Amna, have blocked that Senate bill that we talked about that would protect IVF nationwide.
So Vice President Harris is clearly running on this as a big issue. We know former President Trump has been asked about it a number of different ways. How important is this issue to voters this year?
To get a sense of that salience, Amna, in the last 2 years, 6 states considered abortion on the ballot, abortion rights on the ballot. And all 6 states, including red states like Kansas and Kentucky, decided to protect abortion rights. Now, this year, abortion referendums are on the ballot in 10 states this fall, including the battleground of Arizona and Nevada. And our most recent poll on abortion, Amna, it found that 45% of voters say that abortion is a deciding factor for them this election, and versus 36% who say it's important but not necessarily a deciding factor. So overall, this is going to be the biggest issues this election cycle.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
It sounds like Trump lost some women.
Can you hear me?
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold up. What? Hold up. Wait one goddamn minute here right now.
What's going on?
What a woman want to do with her body is her doggone business.
Not the government.
Now, me and Trump, oh, hell no. If a woman don't want to bring a child into this world, she should have that right.
Hey, something happened with somebody tried to call me, and so I can't hear right. But I wanted to say I was misinformed, and now I'm informed, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, well,
well, I tell you what.
I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go out and come back in because I can't hear y'all.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what. We need more of these conversations. Oh, hell no. Oh, hold the fuck up. Excuse my cursing. I'm voting for a woman to have her right to her body if she wants to carry a child.
You vote for a bum? That's what they say, brother.
Hey, Miss April, that's all we was trying to say. I just wanted, I don't want no misinformation on your channel, and I'm glad you did that.
Oh no, I'm fact checking everything. I'm going through everything. I was looking at it, and that came from but wait a minute. Oh, he done lost me now. He never had me.
We just
He
said
never had
would.
me.
He had you,
But
Miss
see,
April. Come on, keep it focused.
no, he didn't
It's
have
us.
me.
It's us
He
now. You
didn't
don't
have
have to.
me.
Miss
You
April.
don't got a
Miss
lot of
April.
kick.
Hold
You
on,
don't
Miss
got a lot
April.
of kick. It's us.
Listen, Miss
He
April.
didn't have me.
Hold
But
on,
when
Miss
it
April.
comes to a woman's body, a woman should be able to do what she want to do with her body.
Listen, Miss
So,
April, that's all I'm saying. When Trump, when he got that overturned, he was running around gloating on that. Yeah, and it's because of me. I got the abortion ban overturned, and we handed it back to the states. And that's now all of a sudden now he's trying to back off of that because he know that's a big problem. When that lady in Texas was pregnant, when that lady in Texas was pregnant, and the doctor told her, your baby ain't gonna survive, and if you have to keep this baby, your chances of having another baby are slim to none. You know, Texas still made that. That lady had to leave the state, go get an abortion, came back, and Texas tried to sue her. They tried to prosecute her right now.
is that the big lady? I thought all of them charges was dropped. She had a miscarriage in the bathroom.
No, this is a different lady. I'm talking about a different lady.
The one she still had like some of the they didn't get all of the
placenta and all of that.
Right, it was still something left. So it's like
no, I'm talking about the lady that had to leave Texas when her doctors told her, listen, you need an abortion, but we can't do it. And she took it to the Texas Supreme Court because you remember that they said, oh, we gave it back to the states. The Texas Supreme Court told her, we don't care what your doctor said. You got to have that baby.
Because they didn't want to be charged with murder, right?
No, the doctors didn't want to be charged. Yeah, exactly.
Right. The doctors didn't want to be charged. Oh my God.
So that lady had to leave. And when she came back, you know, they trying to prosecute her right now. She had to file a lawsuit, her and another lady. And now there's more, I guess there's more than 3 now in that same lawsuit against the state of Texas right now. Because their abortions were necessary.
I mean, Ms. April, you already know how I feel when it comes to abortion. I don't believe in abortion. Me and April probably have the same view. What we different at is even though I disagree with it, and the reason I disagree with it is religious wise, not political. And it's I know how to separate the two, but even religious wise, that's the reason that I don't agree with abortion. I believe it is murder. However, that's between you and your God.
Yeah,
that has absolutely nothing to do with me. Even though I don't condone it, just like somebody out here smoking crack, I don't condone it. But if they do it, that's between them and they Lord and Savior. And that's the same approach I take with the government. I don't think they should step in because we do have freedoms. You know, I don't believe in people who worship Satan, but we have freedom of religion.
That's right. That's right.
And like I was talking to Miss April earlier about the religious part and the political part. Political is really religious is not to be is not for to be. I mean, the religion and Christianity is not for politics. If I was basing off that, my religion off of politics, I wouldn't be voting for nobody. So that's my civic. When I vote,
that's your individual choice, sir. You have a choice to do it that way. Other people have a choice to do it the way they want to.
Exactly, and that's the freedom that we should have. Everybody should have the choice to do what they want to do.
Key to that abortion situation, all they did was took it off the government hand, took it out of DC hand, and put it in the state's hand. Actually, some people saying that the embarrassing rate is getting worse because the Roe v. Wade getting overturned, but The government don't need to be, the United States government don't need to be part of that bullshit. Put it to the states, let the states handle business. On top of
They
that,
turned it over to the states. That's what the problem is. And
what's
every
wrong with the
state,
state? What's wrong with the states having? Hey man, it is what it is. It need to be that. That's a very sensitive. If you saying you want women with reproductive rights, then that means that every woman in that particular state have a reason to go to the poll and vote for that right. So it's
they
actually
don't.
giving
It
you
was the
more.
judges who. It was the judges who did it. It was the judges who overturned it. It
They
wasn't
got
the
it out of
people.
there.
It wasn't the
Yeah,
people's
because
choice.
you can't take the people cannot overturn something based off the government. That's the Supreme Court
The
situation.
judges
That's a
did. The judges
yeah.
did.
Hold
It's
on, wait a
unconstitutional
minute. Hold
and it's
on, sir.
unconstitutional and by law, killing a baby by any means necessary is unconstitutional, sir.
Hold on, sir. Hold on.
It's
I
not
just
that's unconstitutional.
hold
So
on,
they said
sir.
we're gonna take it out of this and we're gonna give
Hold
it to
on, sir.
y'all, so we
I
don't need
just
to be
gave you a
involved in
case
I
it.
want
where
to say
the doctors told the lady this is between her and her doctor. The doctors told the lady she needed that abortion.
Hold
Or
on.
she would.
Yeah, now let me give you some
Hold
game
on,
on
no, let
that.
me finish. Let me just finish that part of it.
Okay.
And then she had to go to the Supreme Court because the doctor said, although you need this abortion, we can't do nothing about it because of the state law. When she took it to the Supreme Court of that law of that state, I'm not talking about the United States Supreme Court. I'm talking about the Texas Supreme Court. They overturned. They said no, you have to have this baby.
now. I see. I probably need to stay out of this because I'm probably gonna piss some people off. Because my views on abortion is a lot different, especially when I see a lot of women in this
But I
chat.
wanted to say something on
So
that.
I
But
don't want to piss
hold on, right quick. But let me answer his question right
Free
quick
dogs
about that,
too
and
are
I'm
pretty
gonna give it right back to you.
The day Lauren Miller learned she was pregnant, she started a
Hold on,
journal.
Miss April, hit mute.
But
Yeah.
at 12 weeks, she learned that
Yeah,
one
hit
of
me
the
right
twins
quick on that.
carrying had
Hit the
trisomy
pause
18,
button on that real fast, Miss April.
condition, making survival highly unlikely.
You never think that your pregnancy journal is just going to turn into a horror novel.
Because her fetus still had a heartbeat, she couldn't get an abortion under the law in Texas, and she's not alone.
How many of you were told you could not receive an abortion
Oh man, I
because
got to do my fix.
Texas, like more than a dozen other states, moved swiftly to cut off abortion access after the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade 2 years ago today in the Dobbs decision. The High Court saying then that it was returning the issue of abortion to the people's elected representatives. But what's happened in states since Dobbs? Now a fierce fight heading into November.
Getting it back to the states puts the question where it belongs with the vote of the people.
Former President Trump taking full credit for getting Roe overturned, but more recently also saying he believes in exceptions in cases of rape, incest, and to save a mother's life.
You have to go with your heart.
And that's where Texas is fucking up at.
Rallies across the country today as the Biden campaign tries to draw a direct line from Mr. Trump to Dobbs.
Decades of progress shattered just because the last guy got 4 years in the White House.
Highlighting women denied abortions, releasing ads focused on their stories, and making it a central focus of the re-election campaign. The vice president addressing a crowd today.
In the case of the stealing of reproductive freedom from the women of America, Donald Trump is guilty.
Recent data over the last 2 years showing more women
guilty.
travel for care since Dobbs. Women like Jessica Bernardo, one of a group of women who filed a lawsuit against the state last year with the help of the Center for Reproductive Rights, alleging they were denied abortions in Texas. 5 of them sat down exclusively with Nightly News.
I didn't want to wait for having a seizure or heart or renal failure. There's no coming out back from that. It was just infuriating.
We're not here sounding an alarm about hypothetical scenarios. We're sounding the alarm about what is already happening and what has happened to us.
But not everyone has been able to travel. Samantha Casiano learned at her 20-week scan that her baby had anencephaly and would not survive, but could not afford to leave Texas for an abortion.
It was hard and traumatizing.
Her baby living only 4 hours after birth.
Knowing that your child is going to die and planning your child's funeral before your child's even here is insane.
Amanda Zarowski had the resources to travel, but says she became too sick too fast to leave Texas in time.
I didn't even have that option because my doctors told me you better not be more than 15 minutes away from a hospital. I have to use a surrogate now because of what happened to me. The damage to my reproductive organs is permanent.
The group recently lost their lawsuit to clarify who qualifies for a medical exemption under Texas's abortion ban, and now fear what's still to come.
How many of you are worried that someone is going to die from these laws?
If they haven't already.
Yeah. And Laura, any day now, the Supreme Court is expected to rule on another
Oh, wow, y'all.
case.
Yes, Lester, that.
I'm back. I didn't realize this was this bad. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna mute my.
I'm in Texas. That's gonna have to be dealing with Texas folk down there dealing with Governor Abbott. Ain't got nothing to do with Trump. That's dealing with Governor Abbott. See, I ain't with y'all on. Go holler at Governor Abbott, man, and get him up out of there.
So with Trump reversing Roe versus Wade, okay, he gave it back to the states. So now some states.
He said that's what the people wanted, but polls say otherwise.
Get back to the states, and it should be. But he do believe it should be exceptions. For these particular ladies, is for
But if you give it to the states, it's up to the states. It's not what he believes.
Right? No, right. It's up to the state.
Yeah. So it's what the state wants to go by.
Right.
Oh wow.
And what Tumblr said
is, so you got more states that are liberal on abortion than are conservative
right.
on abortion.
That's why you see so many different.
Yeah, and what's happening is the state isn't working. The state, even though Trump says, "Yeah, I believe in the exceptions."
You can believe what you want to believe, but
Texas don't believe in they don't believe in the exceptions. Not only Texas, there's a few other states that don't believe in the exceptions either.
Well, that's up to my fellow Texas citizens. It's up to my citizens. I'm a Texan. It's up to my Texas citizens to do what? Storm your ass down there at that fucking Capitol and handle your business. No.
Hold on, man. But they won't even put it on the ballot, though. They won't even put it on the ballot.
You can make them put it on the ballot, brother. You can make them put it on the ballot.
Man, listen, man. They done tried. They won't put it on the ballot.
It ain't no trying. You try until you get it done. You don't give up.
Ohio took a
Which one we talking about? We talking about Texas?
No, hold on, because Ohio is the same way. Ohio tried. They put it on the ballot, and guess what? It got voted down by the people. And guess what the Ohio Republicans tried to do? They tried to backdoor the vote and go around and put another law into effect that superseded. They didn't succeed though, but I'm just telling you.
It's a fight. It's a fight. You got to be willing to fight for what you believe in, brother. Ain't nobody sitting up here. Hey man,
I ain't saying you don't, bro. I'm just telling you, Texas won't put it on the ballot.
Hey man, they got to make it. Hey, that's up to the women down there and the men to put it on the ballot. They got to get out there and stomp down. You got to go stomp down. They got to go
to the town hall.
Go down to the man. Hey,
Valley.
By any means necessary. They got to go down there with them damn ignorant ass Proud Boys or Negroes.
Or check this out. Or check this out. If Trump was in office, it would have never happened.
I ain't gonna say that.
What are you talking about?
Simple as that.
I would have never happened. Oh, you talking about with Trump would have told him God make the exceptions? Okay, I get you.
If Trump put judges in place to reverse this. So if he wasn't in office, we wouldn't be talking about this right now. You see how it's important who's in office?
When they're in office, because like you said, Obama didn't put none in. George Bush didn't put no justices in. I think the last one to put a justice in was what? Before Trump was George H.W. Bush.
George Bush appointed
George Bush Senior. George, that's what I'm saying, brother. I said the only one. That's the last. That was 90.
Or they went.
Because that's when they had that Anita Hill trial on the nigga.
Well, they trying to get rid of. They trying to make it a term. They try to make it where these judges have terms, So they won't be sitting up there for 30, 40 years till they die. So
Well,
that's
they say 3 of them supposed to retire. Yeah.
Well,
Lawrence Thomas and his other boys.
So those 3 you talking about, they may not retire if
No. Trump win there, retire. Trump don't.
Yeah,
They
if Trump
gonna
win,
stay
they'll
in there.
retire because they can put more conservative justices there.
Put them in there, man. Ain't nothing wrong with them. Shit, ain't nothing wrong with them.
They
ain't trying to.
See what they did already. They done wrong with them. You see what they did already.
They ain't bringing that bush. They ain't
Hold
bringing no
on, man.
Jim
It
Crow
gotta
back.
be something wrong with them when you got 70% of American citizens that don't agree with what they're doing. Something gotta be wrong with them.
Amber, I just learned something new. I didn't know Trump was against abortion.
That's all he talk about. We proud. That's what he run on.
Yep.
He proud of that.
He don't
He
run
votes
on
on that. Yes, he do.
He don't
He
run
make it
on
known that
abortion
he
issue.
made that happen.
Yeah. He let
Even
it
in
know
the
that
debate, he said that.
he let it know
Even
that he
in the
got the
debate, he
justice
said
in
that.
there. But that ain't what he run on. He run on the money. He run on immigration. He run on them damn tariffs.
He wrote.
You have to bring the abortion issue to him.
Yeah, he run on that. He even brought it up on the debate. He's proud of that.
Well, of course, a debate, they gonna bring that to us.
In the rallies, in his rallies.
Yeah, he
That's
run
not
on that.
the main thing he runs on, though. But
No, that ain't the main thing he run. He run on that. The first thing he come out on is that damn immigration shit.
Right.
That's the first thing he
that's the
talk
most
about.
important thing.
Immigration. That's all you hear. I don't want to fix the problem.
What do y'all think the most important thing is right now? The border, the immigration thing, or what?
Economy.
Yeah.
I'm worried about growth. Everything is so high now. Family Dollar.
Immigration it has been immigration problems before you was born.
Right.
I'm more worried about what impacts me, and right now the border don't impact me at all. Zero.
That's why I was saying you look around your neighborhood, all these things. I
stay in a sanctuary state, so I see the immigrants here. They here.
Yeah,
they was outside sleeping, all outside in tents, and so it's got a lot better now. But when they first got here,
I know. I remember you calling me, said I'm looking at them outside the police station.
yeah, they was sleeping on the ground. It was hundreds of them.
Yeah, really it's bad because we get bad down here. It's gonna get bad. You mess around and buck one of them motherfuckers. We ain't gonna be
You
doing
know, winter time they had to. They ready to go back.
Yeah, they ready to go back. That's what I said, man.
Winter time they like going back. It's too cold.
Yeah, they want to go. Yeah, they want to go back home. Shit, that's what they need to do. Go home. Shit, go liberate that shit.
But that don't impact
I ain't
me.
really worrying about them, but hell,
That don't impact me at all.
if they keep letting them in here, it's gonna impact us. If they
What
keep
do you
letting them
think
in
is
here, it's
good?
gonna impact.
It's not going to impact us. If anything, it will help us.
Do you think the building should stay?
Because same thing they did in Ohio. Like we got a place out here close to us called Gary, Indiana, which is it looked like the Walking Dead.
Yeah, it does.
They can revive cities like that.
That's sad. Very sad.
Why the regular American citizen can't revive the city?
Well, they moved away from it because it was the steel industry. At first, when it was thriving, and this is what Michael Jackson grew up. This is what Michael Jackson grew up.
Yeah, I know.
The steel industry was booming until iron came and was a lot cheaper and pretty much put the steel industry out of business.
Yeah.
And it was like so many people left at once, and no city can survive that.
What do you think they're going to bring that back?
Huh?
Do you think the industry is going to come back?
So when you have the immigrants, they can revive that because we've seen them do it. We've seen them do it with Springfield. Springfield was like the Gary. And what happened was they brought a job there, but they had so many jobs that couldn't be fulfilled by the population. So you have people who want, for example, you have companies that want to start up and they want to try to figure out where to go, but they want to make sure they go where they can get workers. So if you go to a place like Springfield and they don't have no workers, it was people on drugs, and they couldn't get nobody, so they brought these immigrants
Right.
And
because
cheap
they
labor
have
too.
more jobs than citizens.
Well, let me ask you a question seriously.
Cheap labor
And
too.
either one of you.
It's not cheap labor.
Non-union
They're getting
labor.
paid regular labor. They're getting paid regular salary. Go ahead. What's the question?
I was going to say, so as long as, like, if Trump is saying that it's going to bring back the industries and get the car industry and all of that and drill
He
baby.
already messed the car industry up when he was here.
So what I'm saying is, if it starts booming again, if things take place like he's saying, we're going to need those immigrants. We're going to need them in the workforce. There won't, we need more people to work. And they supposedly
we
they're
do.
taking the jobs.
We do.
We're going to
We
need them,
you're
right?
right.
Well, the problem
We
is
need
the
them
main
now.
problem is this is the problem. It's like what somebody said. Look like all the labor is trying to go to college. And everybody don't need it. Everybody ain't no college nigga, and ain't no college man, ain't no college gal.
Right.
So
as the majority of your workforce is over there at these ragged ass universities studying these bullshit ass motherfucking goddamn classes and shit.
Yeah,
Their ass could be over there at that fucking factory getting that $30 an hour.
that's right.
Because you're
So-
not studying that because you're not studying nothing real. I'm not talking about the guys that are over there studying the STEM, going to be a lawyers, and going over there to be doctors. I ain't talking about them guys. I'm talking about these motherfuckers over there at these universities bullshitting, studying
The career
motherfucking me
students.
African studies. Nigga, you go to the University of fucking Amazon, my nigga.
Career students. They just
You know what?
I'm just being real, and I
Hey, you
want
know
to.
what?
I'm just being real, brother.
It's said that I have to sadly agree with you because
It's
I
true.
used to work for the Department of Education, and what I have seen when I was working there was people who went to college, spent all this money, got all these student loans out, and they can't find a job for what they went to school for. Then they go back to get some more money out. It's like
Career students.
Yeah, go back. Yeah, go. This is what they do. They
it's like
go
a
out there
vicious
and get
cycle. So
400. They
I
go
have
out here and
seen
get
that
two. They go out there and get $250,000 in debt. You know what
they
I'm talking
can't
about?
find a job. They can't find a job, and
And
they
then
fit what they went to school
and
for.
then they take their ass over there to a trucker school for $10,000. Then they
So
give
yeah,
the
I have
truck
seen that with my
to pay
own
off
eyes.
the.
So
Then the truck to
I
pay
agree
off
with
the
that.
debt. Nah, come on, man.
They're
Nah,
just career students.
I was good. I was good. I wouldn't even think about no college, man, when I was coming up. I'm like, I ain't fucking with that shit. I just
Trade
was
school is the way. I hate to say it, but if you're not
trade
going to
school.
school to be a doctor or a lawyer or attorney, go trade school.
Trade schools, man. Trade
Yeah.
school. Go get your trade, man, because
Electrician. You
we
be an
ain't got
electrician
enough.
under a year.
Because houses ain't being built fast enough.
Hey
Yep.
man, I don't.
They
That's,
ain't
That's
got
the
that's
no
problem.
serious, man.
HVACs. They ain't got no electricians. They ain't got no plumbers. You know what I'm talking about? They ain't got none of them. They understand for all that shit. And there's money in that. And it's unionized and all kind of shit. Whatever you want to do. Get in and get out of it, man. Get in. You know, I'm surprised everybody ain't trying to run to the port right now. I'm surprised you niggas ain't running to the port.
Well, the port about to be on. They just came on strike.
Yeah. They're going to have to
Tiger
renegotiate.
said, no, nigga, we need to get that
Well,
together.
I say this about schooling, right? You can go to school and spend every dime you got, but that still don't give you job experience.
No, it don't.
You know what I'm saying? You go get a job, you got to learn what they do and
gotta
how
learn
they
the
do
game.
it.
Right.
No matter what job it is, you can go from one job doing the position to the
But what I
next job
can't
and
take
doing that
away,
same position, and guess what? It's gonna be a different way they do things. So you
what
got to learn that all over again.
what I can't take away from it is the experience, though, from college when I went, at least from for me, the experience, the brotherhood, that I needed that.
If you can
And
go
I
for
don't
free,
know how
go.
can you get that, huh?
If you can find a way to go, you find a way to go for free, or go to where it ain't gonna cost you much when you come out of there, and you might not owe them but 50 grand or something like that. That's cool. But I'm talking about these guys going out here $200,000-$300,000 in debt and shit. That's terrible.
Yeah, for free. You're right.
Yeah, if you can go for free or a scholarship or whatever, academic scholarship or
You know, your mom and your daddy want you to go. They got the money to pay it, supplement you go. What I'm talking about, man, you po folk to my going college, daddy. You better get your goddamn black ass over there, that goddamn IT Tech, or over there to that damn Lincoln Tech.
Go
Shit,
to Broad,
nigga.
nigga.
Shit, go get you again. And so you can get out of here, yeah. Because a lot of times they find you a job doing what you're doing after a year or so, about
Immediately.
6 months, of
Immediately, you
being in
making
there.
6 figures probably within 3 years.
Yeah. And you in the
College.
work, yeah. College, I ain't gonna say college is bad, but plus these universities, boy, they doing
It's
too
meant to.
much.
It's meant to keep you in debt for life. I've seen
Yes,
it.
yeah.
I've seen
Yeah.
it,
It's a money thing. It's a money
and I
thing.
didn't
Yeah,
realize
it's a
that's why I
scam.
worked there because that was part of my job. Part of my job was to keep people in compliance so they can take some more money out.
You know, shit.
Hey, listen.
Oh,
And
well, here, you're the Department of
the more
Education. Well, hey,
money
you don't want
the
them
more
damn
money
Trump
they
in there
make, the
because they trying
less
to get rid of the
anybody
Department of
gives.
Education.
They can't get rid of the Department of Education because it's so diverse. We have. What people don't realize is certain. He want to bring it back to the states, and
To
what
the
they don't
states.
realize is we have donor states, and we have um, um, what's the word I'm looking for?
Alumni?
No, people who need the money. Welfare. So we have donor states and we have welfare states. So the donor states is fine. They'll make it. The welfare states, they not going to make it. They need federal funding for schooling and for education. They're not going to make it.
And that's what, the
Make it.
Louisiana, the Mississippi's,
And the
Alabama.
majority of them are the red states. You're right. Majority of them are the red states. Now we have seen this play out in Arizona. Arizona is doing this right now, where they have given people vouchers so they can go to pick their own school. Guess what they did? They immediately raised the tuition. Immediately, they got rid of the public schools. The people, like you got some parents who they can't afford public schools. I mean, private schools, so they go to public schools. So they were like, okay, we'll give you a voucher. If you can't afford it, we'll give you a voucher, and you can afford it. And that's not been the case. They have raised the tuition, so now they still got to pay money. They went from not having to pay money to getting this voucher. They raised the tuition, and they still got to pay the money that they have. So all that did was give people breaks of the people who was able to afford it, but the people who can't afford it, now they got to come up with money. This is going on in Arizona. What Trump is trying to do now, Arizona is doing it right now, and it is failing. Look into it.
So the private schools are raising tuition now.
Immediately, when they got them vouchers, they raised the
Well,
tuition
now
immediately, and the vouchers is not
we
covering
need to get.
everything.
I don't believe you need to get rid of public schools.
That's
You
what
need
he's
to
trying
force
to
these
do.
public. No, they
That's
don't
what
want
he's
to get
trying to
rid of. I
do.
mean, they're trying to force them to compete. A lot of these
No,
public
that's what
schools,
Trump want to do. That's what Trump want to do. He want to get rid. He want to get everybody vouchers, and they pick their own school.
which is good. But then now the problem is the doggone private school is going to try to raise tuition now.
It's not good because certain states can't afford that. Certain states can. We have welfare states and we have donor states. The donor states, they can do it with no problem. Welfare states
Well, I
need
understand, but
funding.
I understand why Trump was saying we need to get out of education because we 35th or 40th in the world in
That-
education, and we
the
spend all this
education
damn
needs some
money on
work.
it.
Don't get me wrong. Education needs some work, but what he's
Because
doing is not the way.
some of the things they're fucking up is the way they did the new way they're doing the math and shit. They need to go back to the simple
I
way they're
think
doing that shit.
you're right. You're right. They
And they need
curriculum is so they can pass the test. That's all they do is to
fuck
get you
that
where you can
test.
pass the test. And
Yeah.
and I think the curriculum needs to be a standard across the whole country.
And it used to be now. It used to be because I had teams.
But
Some of them had a
but as of
lane and
now,
all that.
their curriculum is just to get you to pass this test
And that ain't
Wow.
education.
because that's how they get their funding based off their scores. So that's all they worried about. So yeah, this it's broken. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, it's broken. It's fucked
It's
up.
broken.
So
Don't get me wrong. It needs some work,
basically
but
the money just need to go. Just basically, you want the states to really set their curriculum, but what they're gonna set their curriculum based off
I
of what
think
they
the
need.
curriculum don't need to be set by the state. I think the curriculum need to be standard across the whole country.
Yeah, that's been
Yeah,
the problem.
I agree with that. It needs to be a standard system. You know, whatever the subject is that we gonna learn, it all needs to be standardized. You know what I'm saying? And I'll give you an example of a funny situation I was in. I'm in the automation industry, right? So I had learned how to build wafer handling robots, and we had a kid that was fresh out of school. He was an engineer, and they assigned him to learn how to do this, right? So that he can deal with the interact with customers and things like that. And he came down and asked me a question about a part they call the end effector, right? And he was asking me, how do you change the position of it when the robot is in the home position? I said, if you need to do that, you need to actually take the whole top of the arm off, take this thing out, take all the screws out, turn the pulley, and put it back in, right? Now, this thing is never going to sit in a directly straight position. And the kid tells me, you see, man, this is the problem I have. When people don't know what they're talking about, they shouldn't say anything. He tried to say this to me in front of the customer, right? So I told him, I said, hey, man, hold on, man. I've been building these things ever since we took over this company that we had bought, right?
Right.
I said, if you don't believe me, go upstairs, ask Peter, the dude who designed this product. And so he went upstairs and asked the dude, and the dude told him, yeah, you got to take the whole top of the arm off, take the screws out, remove the pulley, and it's never going to sit in the position that you want it to sit in. Came back downstairs, still didn't apologize or nothing. So I'm not tripping because I understand. You learned everything in school, and you don't know what you're doing. But I'm the dude that's building these things from scratch. You know what I'm saying? So I tell him, you know what I'm saying, it's okay, man. Man, the dude came back to me one day and asked a question. I tell him, hey, man, listen, man, I thought you said I didn't know what I was talking about.
Now he realized he had to go get confirmation from Peter right quick.
Right. I'm telling the dude, man, listen, man, I learned from the dude who designed the whole product. They sent me down here to train me how to do this. I'm doing it exactly the way it should be done. And then you want to come along. You don't know nothing about it. You've never built one of these things at all. I'm building this thing from scratch. I mean, from pieces. And the dude, he got so mad at me. I say, now listen, I ain't trying to make you mad. I'm just telling my point to you is, if you ask me a question and I tell you something about it, being that I'm the one that builds it, and I learned from the guy who created it, you should listen to that. I'm not here to listen. This is my livelihood, just like it's yours. I get paid from this company just like you do. Why would I tell you something that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about?
Right.
So yeah, man, we still, Hey, but listen, man, I appreciate this, man. I learned a lot myself today, and I want to.
Yeah, I learned a lot. I'm gonna tell you, I learned that there's some satire sites because I did all of that, and I did want to show y'all about the transgender children where they've been able to change their identity.
An hour long. You got some 2-minute video.
No, but this has been a great. Amber, you got anything you want to say about this show today? You want to chime in on?
Well, I just wanted to say that thanks for letting me up, and together we learn. I mean, like Big just said, some people, like me, and it's a good example. I was standing strong on what I believed, right? But when you played that and I listened, when you see the light, you're supposed to recognize it and acknowledge. There's no point me trying to defend something that I have nothing to stand on no further once somebody showed me something. But see, I'm a big enough of a person to say, I apologize, y'all. I learned something.
Let me see if we can look.
Together we learn. I could teach y'all some things. I know all kinds of things y'all don't know, and y'all know all kinds of things I don't know. Together we learn.
Well, let me see if, man. I mean, I think that's what these panels should be for. We can all have our different viewpoints, but did we get better from it.
Yeah, right.
But
Exactly.
I'm gonna see
But
if I
check
can
this out. I don't know. No, now if I can say Trump got this, because that's a big thing with this abortion. People might think that is,
I don't.
but
The abortion is big. The
women.
economy is big, and the border is like in the war.
Yeah,
too. The
I think
war.
a lot of
That's
the, I
like the
think a
main
lot
thing
of,
right now.
Okay,
I
so
think a
what do
lot of
y'all think the main three topics are?
It's
You said the
it's the
border.
border,
the
it's
economy.
the war, the economy, the war, and the
Yeah,
abortion.
abortion.
Yeah.
That's like the
Abortion
main
last on
thing.
the list.
That's the main things
Only reason
right now.
abortion
So
last on the
when
list because it's in
women
the state's
when women
hands.
go to vote, I think women gonna vote on them women rights.
That's why he's losing a lot of women. He's definitely going to lose the popular vote. It's going to come down to the electoral college, and that's why you really can't go off the polls because all the polls is going to tell you is probably who have the majority of the vote, and that's going to be the popular vote. But when it comes down to who's going to win the electoral college, it's going to be certain key states, and
Right.
Pennsylvania is one of the main ones. I
I remember
think
in
that
2020
Kamala,
he got 2020
yeah, he lost it
Trump
in
got
2020.
55. Well, with white women, he got 55% of the white women vote.
Um,
Yeah.
what I was going to say. Oh, so I think with Trump, he have to
Because he
have.
went in off the border, because he went off the border thing and off the immigration and off the criminal immigration. That's what's is going
I
to
think what
probably,
messed him up in
that's where
2020.
those, go
What
ahead.
messed him up in 2020 is how he handled COVID.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what
that's what
messed
got
him
him
up.
out of there. That's what got him out of there. I thought
Yeah, how he handled COVID.
yeah.
And the shit has some trembling effects. Now people are so easy to to forget things, but Pennsylvania is a must for him. He have to have Pennsylvania. She don't necessarily need to get Pennsylvania. She have a couple ways to get it. Pennsylvania will help, but with Trump, if he don't have
Trump
Pennsylvania,
getting,
it's over. It's over. He have to have it.
yeah,
So
that's a
Pennsylvania
Eastern
is
time state.
extremely important right now.
And he
It's
working in
extremely important.
Pennsylvania. He's staying over
I
there.
mean, you can tell well the money is being spent there on both ends. How important that state
Mhm.
is. So both of them spending a
Yeah.
lot of money there campaigning
He's spending a lot of money there.
and on ads and stuff. So you can look at them and see where they spending the money
Yeah.
at.
And Georgia, he's
And
spending money in Georgia too,
I
because
don't think
I
he's
just
gonna
came
get.
down there.
I don't think he's gonna get Georgia, and the reason being is the demographics changed. You have a lot of people who migrate to the South in Georgia and Texas, and I think that's why it changed before because you have a lot of people from the Midwest coming down to Atlanta, Georgia, or Decatur and some of the other surrounding cities, and it's changing the demographic. So you have the metropolitan areas are, I
Yeah, they
mean,
dominating the
they
rural. Yeah, they
can, yeah,
dominating.
and the rural areas can no longer keep up. They can no longer keep up with the metropolitan areas, and I think
Yeah.
he gonna get that again. It's gonna be marginal now. It ain't gonna be nothing big,
No,
but I
no,
think
it's
he's gonna get
close.
it.
It's close. It's there. Like
Yeah, it's gonna be
all these
close.
are real, real close. Yeah, the
The
black
same
man
thing with
go ahead.
Nevada. The same thing with
Oh,
Nevada. You got
he
thanks to
gonna get Nevada.
California.
I think he gonna get Nevada because of the no tax on tips, and that's a hospitality state. So Vegas is fucking with
Well,
him.
she got no tax on tips too. So I mean, it's a wash.
Well,
She,
what I mean out there, that's the main
but
thing
her
out there.
policy is no tax
Reno and
on tips as well. Her policy is no tax on tips as well. So
yeah,
they got the
she
same
took that.
policy
She
on that.
stole that. She stole that though.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. But listen, um, the reason I
But
think he's going to get
I don't believe she gonna do it though.
hear me out, and then let me let you what do you think after I say this.
Okay.
The reason I think he's going to get Nevada, I don't know if any of you ever been there before,
I've been in
but
Nevada.
how recent?
I
Vegas,
was
you
out
been to
there.
Vegas?
I've been out there. I was out there early this year.
Okay, cool, perfect. You gonna know what I'm gonna say then. Perfect. The reason, the reason I think he's gonna get Nevada is because of California. It's too expensive. You have a lot of
Right.
people from California is migrating to Nevada. because
they're trying to get away from their politics. Their politics in California is terrible.
so you got. But what I'm saying is the demographics is changing. So thanks to California being so expensive and people is moving to Nevada, that's going to change it to blue. When I was in Nevada, everybody I ran into was from California.
It's crazy.
I didn't know not one
I
person
don't
that
know why
was there.
they running away from the blue California, but gonna turn to Nevada blue. They're dumb. I'm not
Well,
running over there and playing
California is
that
too
man.
expensive. California is too expensive.
Yeah,
So
because of the blue laws.
I don't. I
There
love.
ain't no Republic. Last time Republican ran that state was in 2000 with that damn and that damn. And I don't think Schwarzenegger could do shit. They ain't let Schwarzenegger do a goddamn thing in that goddamn state.
I mean, California and New York is expensive because of the population. You know, it's too many people there and not enough housing. There's supply and demand. So New York is the same way. It's not had nothing to do with the blue laws. It's supply and
The
demand.
taxes, the taxes, man, they
So
taxing like
where
a
are we
mud dog.
supposed
All
to
that
put?
it's kind of crazy. All that population in there. Why are you taxing like that?
Well,
Are you getting money?
regardless though, they still moving to. They're going to Nevada.
Yeah, they
You
still
got all
leaving though.
these surge of blue people going to Nevada. So how they gonna vote? They gonna vote blue.
They might vote red because
Now
we're gonna tax
Arizona, I
those
don't know
Texas
about
center.
Arizona. He might
Arizona
get
supposed to
Arizona.
go to Arizona going to him because of the
Yeah, he
border.
may get Arizona, but
I think,
Pennsylvania
yeah,
is a must for him. You have to have Pennsylvania.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Wherever.
no frack. I mean, shit, no fracking. She's against fracking, and fracking is a big thing out there.
That's why she's
And
so
coal,
stern, and that's why
and
she's so
coal.
stern at when, especially in that debate, had to make it be known like she's not against fracking, even though she said she was. She wasn't against it in her presidency, and she said nor would she continue. That was very important. With that fracking, and she had to make it be known like I'm not finna mess with that because she know that's suicide for her. That's political suicide.
We don't trust her, but she's going to go right back to no fracking if she were to win. Yeah.
Well, she haven't fracked. She haven't fracked in the 4 years.
Well, she ain't gonna frack. She's saying she will, but she won't.
Now I don't believe she's gonna frack. I'm a Pennsylvania guy.
Oh, Ben, I'm sorry, Ben fracking.
I'm fucking with Trump because I know Trump. As far as the energy shit Trump talking about, he don't do that shit.
But
Tax
here's the
on tips,
problem.
he going the tax code. He
Here's
got to do the
the,
tax code again because it's up now.
here's the thing though. As of now, we number one in oil in the world. We number one. And Biden not and Trump not in office. Look it up. We number one. We beat Saudi Arabia.
I read we're not.
Huh?
I
Pull
read
it up right now.
No, yeah, he
Google
just
it
opened
right
it back
now.
up too, though.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
I can't. I'm just saying that's what I've been hearing, that he's gonna start that drilling back. We're
But
not
he gonna
doing
do
We
that.
are
But he
number
talking
one.
about he
We
talking
number
about
one in
the end
fuel
war though.
oil.
He
We
talking
number
about the
one in
end
fuel.
war, and I don't know if the Keystone Pipeline back open.
No, we number one. We number one in fuel and oil in the world right now.
Where'd you hear that?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna post it right now.
I think we number
Post it
one with the
right now.
stuff we ain't tapped yet. I don't know if we
Hold
number
on.
one what we drilling on, but if we get the NWA going and then the
Top
Keystone back
countries.
on, yeah, I think we would be number one in the world.
Then we will be, no doubt. No doubt.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But we ain't touching that. We ain't in
Yeah.
2020, Trump was there, got the damn OPEC, and then people got mad at him because he negotiated down 10 million less barrels of oil for OPEC, was based off what he was going to do with the NWA game. But he didn't win, so that looking like a bad deal. But
Okay,
yeah, I
so
don't
I
need
am getting it.
that shit. I got this other shit fit to pop off.
Didn't they give our reserves away?
So I
Nah,
have it from.
they ain't
I
getting
have
no
it
reserves
from.
away. Give nothing away. We just ain't using them.
Oh, I
And we
thought.
over there and we using Venezuela's bullshit.
Mm-hmm. That tar.
Mm-hmm.
Tar. What the hell?
Yeah, we over there
I cannot
using
post
that.
this. Hold on.
Probably
I'm getting
can't.
from U.S. Energy Information. U.S. U.S. Energy Information.gov. Hold on. How can I post it?
Yeah, but I ain't never heard we was number one in oil production because
Yeah,
we
so
ain't producing,
we number one. I'm gonna
we
read
using
it.
all
The
that
top.
shit.
I'm gonna read
And give
it as
me,
a.
yeah, I mean the
This is
barrels.
updated, and this was updated as of April April 11th. So
Yeah,
we
that's
got
old.
What year?
of this year. Of this year. We talking
Okay.
about this.
Yeah, I know. Hey, that damn man, that's about almost 6 months ago,
So
man.
listen,
Goddamn,
listen.
we
Let me
almost
let
in the
me
tenth.
read
We in
it.
the
Let me
10th
read the
month.
top 10. Let me read the top 10.
Okay.
We got United States number one. We got Saudi Arabia number two. Russia three. Canada, China, Iraq, Brazil, United Arab Emirates, Iran, Kuwait, and those are the top 10.
And number one, and do they got the numbers on what
Yeah,
they
yeah.
producing?
It says 21.91 million barrels per day for United States, and then number two is Saudi Arabia, 11.13 million barrels per day. That's a yeah,
Oh,
that's almost double.
so it wasn't.
That's almost double.
So why is fuel still high then?
Fuel's going down. Fuel's going down. I don't know what you've been doing. What you've been there.
No. I drive trucks, brother. I see them every day. So I'm seeing, I'm going to certain state. I'm seeing it because
And you
one
really
week,
should recognize them if you got trucks, because you're around the country.
yeah,
So you
and
should know that
I
fuel
went in
now is.
there and they went down because I just came out. I'm in Indiana. Indiana for you land high. That shit was $4, and then now when I was in Georgia, it was cheap. It was
It's
cheap
cheap.
in Georgia. Yeah, it was cheap in Georgia. It
Hi,
was two
y'all.
eighty five. It was 285.
Yeah, so you
It,
probably
it was
looking at it as
285.
a location. You probably going off a location. Of course, that's going to, based on where you at,
Well,
it's
I'm going
going
through
to
the
be
state. I'm going well.
right. So
But
when you get
guess
closer
where I
towards
was
the
in
Gulf,
Atlanta.
when you get closer towards the Gulf,
Yeah.
it's going to be always cheaper. That's where they're getting it from. When they got to transport it, you have to pay for the transportation. So it's going to vary from state to state. And then you
Listen,
got taxes. You got
Yeah.
to. It's all type of
But
taxes.
I but what I'm gonna say this. I'm in Indiana. Diesel, I had to get it over there. I didn't want to get it there. I should have got it in when I thought it was gonna be a little cheaper. But I ain't been in Indiana in a minute, so I don't even fuel in Indiana. But to be honest with you, I fuel and got
Well,
Ohio is cheaper in Ohio, like $3.49 in Ohio. Indiana is $4. Well, $3.99. Now, who I drive for, who I run with, we get it. Because we use a car, we get 25 cents off the motherfucking pump price. So he ain't paying the $4 any damn way. He only paying. But if you go over there to 349, he only gonna pay 329, shit like that, or 315 or whatever. But no, I'm seeing it all over there. And about in 1 week, that's see the shit bump up. I was seeing because I went there 1 week, the
yeah,
shit was
because you
at
got a
goddamn
hurricane going. You
312.
got the hurricane going to change some things. But after
Yeah,
hurricane,
right whenever. Was it before the hurricane? No, it was before the hurricane. The shit went up. Yeah, you talking about, I seen that shit up high, but I don't be paying it no mind unless I fuel in there. I fuel there because I ride around and see where I can go fuel at and get a better deal. But
well,
I be
you
looking at it
Oh,
though.
y'all, if y'all would like to help Amber out, Amber has been affected by the hurricane. Amber, drop your cash app. I forgot to do that. I've been so busy. She's
No,
been
okay.
please,
affected dearly
I
by
don't
the
know that.
I appreciate
hurricane.
all the help that I could possibly wish for now. God is good. But I appreciate that. So
Huh?
I'm going to do that because everything's fine now. Everything's taken care of.
No, you good?
Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I didn't post something earlier, girl. I had stuff going on here with my mouth
That woman
and
went down there
everything.
and made her ass out of herself on that 750 bullshit though. She
hey,
shouldn't
so
have
I
felt
just posted Amber the link in the chat so you can see with your own eyes
Hey,
where we stand at with oil. And there's multiple sources. You can cross reference it with other stuff. There's a quick Google search, and
okay,
it will bring up multiple searches of what of the rankings.
okay. I appreciate it.
Uh,
But I want to tell y'all on 78, when I
Hey,
come,
check this out. So, is it true that they're trying to say that FEMA is broke?
FEMA
yeah,
said if they get hit with one more hurricane at the level of this last one, it's gonna be some problems.
Because they sent the money over there to Ukraine.
Yeah. And no, it ain't the money from Ukraine. FEMA's fund got took for
It's
the
depleted.
illegal
It's getting
immigrants. For the
depleted.
immigrants.
The
For the
It's getting
immigrants.
depleted.
Yeah.
Not because
That's
of the
why I can't.
immigrants,
That's the
because
main
of the
reason I
natural
can't.
disasters.
That's why I can't fool with the. That's why I can't fool with the Biden Harris bullshit, man. You fucking with
No,
the.
it's
We
not
fucking with
because
the
of the
Cherry Garden.
immigrants. It's because of the disasters that's going on.
Well,
That's
all the
why it's
time.
getting depleted.
They say the money.
They
They say
fund to have
they
nothing
had
to
to
do
mess
with
with them.
immigrants.
Yeah,
They
the
fund it is
immigrants'
separate from the
money.
immigrants. It's
They
separate from
took it.
immigrants. It's
They
separate.
took the money. They took the money from the FEMA fund until they gave it to the immigrants. Don't
It's-
do that. Now you got
it's-
money and you got the money
See,
for the people.
that's
You gotta take.
misinformation. You're giving
Yeah.
out misinformation right now.
Okay, I got it from the source's mouth of FEMA.
Okay,
So
just
they
like I
lying.
posted my source, post yours. I just posted my source about the oil in the chat. And post yours.
Literally said we gave the money to the immigrants, so now we don't have the money for it. FEMA gave the money to the immigrants.
FEMA don't. So FEMA only way immigrants would get money from FEMA is if they had a house that was damaged in a hurricane.
No, it was an emergency when all they were overrunning and
Post it.
Somebody could
We deal
loaning the
with.
money
I'm
out.
gonna deal with black and white
Hold
over
on,
here.
let me Google
I'll
it.
deal with black and white over. You
Yeah, I
can't
gotta
just
go
tell me.
find it. Let me
You
see if I
can't
can
give
dig
me.
it.
You can't give me no boo boo and honey and tell me it's brownies. No, it's dookie.
let me tell you, you can look it up. I can't do
Yeah,
it.
I got it. And some of the things I get here from straight from the damn head man's mouth over there saying that they depleted. And then they
Give me
said
the
the money that
okay.
came out and
Give
money
me the
got.
source. Give me posted source. Post the source. We fact check everything. Fact check everything. I don't
Did the
take nothing at face
government
value.
give money from FEMA to immigrants?
That's what Trump said.
Because it was an emergency.
No, I ain't hear that from Trump.
Trump also said that FEMA will take your house if you take money from.
They will.
Oh
Trump said
man.
when he was running when he was running FEMA was running well. So which one is it?
Well, we have had a lot of natural disasters, and that's the reason. Hold on. We have had a lot of natural disasters, and that's the reason that the funds are
Okay, y'all,
being
hold on.
depleted.
It's a loan.
And if an immigrant was impacted by the hurricane and their house was, then they get help. That's the only way.
Federal emergency.
Okay, so I'm
So they
pulling it
say
up
it
now.
was a false claim about FEMA disaster funds and migrants. They said there is no evidence that the disaster relief funds was used on immigrants in the U.S. illegally. FEMA disaster money comes from dedicated funds that cannot be used for other purposes.
Exactly.
Okay.
Who wrote that?
Where your source
You
come
gotta
from?
understand. Yeah, where the source
Yes,
come
April.
from?
No,
Oh, that was NBC News.
I know who I'm fake.
Oh,
See,
hold
they
on.
not
Oh,
credible though.
come on.
They're a little left leaning now. See,
Oh,
they
come
left
on,
leaning.
man.
They uncover up.
Well,
They
hold
put them
on.
on.
They not about to give out no misinformation
What? Oh my
and
lord!
sacrifice
They was
their
giving out
reputation.
misinformation. They want to give misinformation on Trump. On Trump saying that
Now, FEMA
crime
They,
went up, and they said
funding
oh
crime went
man,
for
down. And the DOJ came back the next day and said no, crime went up.
crime is down right now.
Fake news.
Crime is down right now. Got the
wait a
latest
minute,
report.
okay. Hold on. Now this is a long one.
Oh, I got time for that, Miss April.
Huh?
We simply
Nobody got time
cannot
for that.
allow people to pour
Yeah, because I got one that
Well, I
said,
got
yes,
ADD.
Democrats spend
Huh?
FEMA
Be
money
quiet
on
and
I got
illegal
say it.
ADD.
Complete the dang
But I don't know. I
fence.
don't trust the source, though,
Well,
so I ain't
the
going to fool
simple
with them.
science thing is not a
He
revolutionary
said he don't
bill.
trust the source, so you're
Has
wasting
to
your time, Mr.
where you are.
Well, yeah, 'cause I don't know nothing about no Washington. I don't know nothing about Washington Examiner. If I had been a Washington Post, I might have fucked with them. But it was the
Oh,
Washington
Mr.
Examiner. I know nothing
Morella.
about them, bro. So I'm not going to quote them.
those masters of the
Now, if you tell
universe.
me you know about the Washington Examiner and shit, I'll quote them. But they saying that the money was spent. So I'm going to keep looking.
Welcome to Parsing Immigration Policy, the podcast of the Center
I
for
don't
All
trust
right,
Democracy,
them.
y'all.
Shit,
Smart
I don't trust
Operating System.
them. Shit, I don't give a damn. They don't want.
And the
I'm a
issue
man of
of
integrity, sir. I don't give a damn
FEMA
if the publication
for
co-sign
illegal
what I'm
immigrants
saying.
has been
I
in
don't
the
know who the fuck
news,
you are. I'm not
and
fucking with you.
there's been some
Excuse my French.
some confusion about what that means, what it is, how it's happening. It's a real thing, but the details of it are confusing, and I think there's some people are assuming that it's maybe worse than it really is, and in other instances, poo-ing the situation altogether. And so I thought it would be worth having our frequent guest, Andrew Arthur, who is a fellow in law and policy here at the center, to kind of clear up what the story is. How is FEMA funding illegal immigrants? Is that happening? What's the background, et cetera? So, Art, thanks for joining us. And if you could give us just, first of all, sort of why is the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, or administration, I forget, but why do they have anything to do with funding illegal aliens, especially when there's hurricanes, and that which is the kind of natural disaster that FEMA is supposed to deal with?
This story actually starts in 1987 when President Reagan signed the Stuart B. McKinney Homeless Assistance Act. If the listeners are old enough to remember that period of time, there was a large concern about the homeless population that was then burgeoning in the United States, particularly veterans, Vietnam veterans primarily, who were living on the streets. And you remember the Billy Joel song, "We Didn't Start the Fire, AIDS Cracked Party Gets Homeless Vets," was actually in the refrain of that because it became a very big concern. And so FEMA undertook a program authorized by law called the Emergency Food and Shelter Program, or EFSP. EFSP was intended to, help out those homeless men, elderly, members of enrolled Indian tribes, and single parents with children who were homeless. And that's more or less how the program remained.
It was part of FEMA even then, right? In other words, it was a subset within FEMA?
That's correct, yeah. So it was deemed to be the sort of thing that FEMA would be best positioned to undertake. Again, remember that FEMA is primarily, not a rebuilding agency.
Okay, so let me read what they say, because this is a 30-minute video.
Yeah, what they talking about?
It says, oh, hold on.
I found one source that said that they did take the money, but I
Yep.
think
So they say under President Biden, regular emergency food and shelter program group. But a new line item also appeared called EFSP-8 for humanitarian to facilitate the settlement of illegal border crossers. It later morphed into the FEMA Shelter and Services Program.
I remember
Funding
that.
grew from the original 30 million to 650 million in 2024, a 20-fold increase in just a few years. So what they did is they made a new,
Yep.
yes, they
Yeah, they
made a
added it
new
on.
fund and
They
they
added it
used
on.
the FEMA money.
Paperwork.
Yes.
Yeah, they pimped them with the paperwork.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's why I said, based off the law, because they can all, because that's what they are. They lawmakers. Hey, that's what a politician is. You make right, and make laws. Shit. So that's what they do. That's what they allowed to
Yeah.
do. Take it down into
Hmm.
that Congress and that damn Senate, and they're gonna make a bill. And then some of them damn Republicans, They be trying to go against it. Some Democrats go against, but they get enough the damn suckers to go for it. They're gonna go for it. Some of that stuff is executive order. They might can write
Mm-hmm.
executive order on that because that could be going on the Homeland Security Acts. That's executive order. That ain't got nothing to do with no damn Congress and Senate. But that's the
Yeah.
safety of the people.
So
So
what
if he
they
want to go and
did,
save some people, they gonna let him do that.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
So
what
he
they
can do that.
did is they added something on.
Yeah, they added. They made it. They added another
Yeah.
couple. They added another 1,000 pages to the bill.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's
They
what
can.
they did. Yeah. That's what they did, like they've been doing to divert funds. So we done lost Amber and Kelly.
Yeah, they over there. They over there. Money laundering. Yeah, think a lot. Told you, Democratic Party ain't nothing but a crime family. They be laundering money. Republicans be doing it too. They be over there money laundering. Democrats get caught money laundering more than anybody, man. I don't have to Miss April. Bottom line is, what's the biggest issue in your mind? Is it the immigration? Is it the economy? Is proxy wars and forever wars? Abortion. Abortion's last on my bill. The first, I'm a man. I ain't my fucking business. I'm not for it, but I'm not gonna tell a woman what to do. You have to bet the woman you with, marry before you carry, and gotta worry about it. Um, which that's not gonna be realistic in no communities now. White communities ain't even doing it. So marry
Was
before you
gonna
carry, that
say,
ain't gonna happen.
yeah. So what they did is they changed the wording. So they
No,
lying.
okay. Cast it with language. They cast it with language. Yeah. Like
Mm-hmm.
Martin said. They changed the language. Yeah,
Like
that was
they've
on
been
point.
doing.
Of
Yeah.
course.
Like
That's why
they've
I
been
said
doing.
sometimes you ask you about what the source. Sometimes, man, be because it could be a couple of weeks ago when you got the information. I see the information. I look at the source. I read it. I don't know. Okay, I know this shit happened. I don't even remember them motherfuckers. I don't even remember them guys because sometimes
Yeah.
because I get a lot of my information you give them back, and they can be credible resources. When you go back, they done pulled them. They come on. That stuff don't stay on all day. Then you got to go
So
pull it from the
what it
internet.
says, the headline, see,
Got to
that's what I'm
repost it.
saying. This is exactly funding for FEMA disaster response was diverted.
Who wrote
So
that?
they, yeah,
Who wrote that? No, I'm about talking about ABC. Man, I don't even let ABC talk about it, the bullshit they pull at the debate. No, they
no,
can't
that
fool with you,
that was
ABC. No, can't fool with ABC, baby. Can't fool with them. No, man, you know, table one time.
and of course the government they're not gonna
Oh
admit to
shit.
doing
Okay, I know.
it. You know,
My
there,
pigtail. Shit, I got it.
it's some things that I ain't stupid about neither.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, you know, the
Yeah,
government not
boy.
gonna sit up here and say what they did is they added
No. Ain't nobody gonna go to
another
penitentiary, man.
source.
Shit.
Yeah,
That's why I say, man. People better
yeah.
watch out because a lot of people going to penitentiary, man. Because a lot of people are just stealing money, but Biden and them, but the Biden and Harris administration, man, they thieves, they crooks. I mean, they
And
stealing
they've
money
been
like
stealing
that.
from us and rewriting uh
Like that.
rewriting things like they did that. They added another line to that. Ain't that something? Ain't that something?
Went and snuck a bill
So,
on you.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like natural disasters don't happen in America. Like hurricanes don't never come around this mother. Like, like, okay,
So yeah, FEMA's role in migrant assistance, exploring the shelter and services program. So what they
let me
did
get
is
that right.
came with another program.
Right.
Yeah. That's all they did. And this is from the American Immigration Council.
Damn. So they snitched on him.
Yeah. And even that video I was gonna play. That's why I said it was 32.
Yeah,
32 minutes.
too long.
But you know, they changed the wording.
Yeah, I know you was gonna find it because I know
You
I
know
found
I was
one.
gonna find it.
I found one little article. I just didn't like the source. I don't know who the hell was watching the exam on the head. I might know him. I don't trust. Now, if it's one there, they've been there Washington Post. I'd have read that motherfucker. You know, Washington Post. You know, they be with the bullshit, but if they snitch on them. You know, Washington Post snitch, but I think they right wing though. I think why? They're more. I don't know. I forgot what they.
Yeah.
I don't fool with that Huffington Post. I don't fool with them. I don't believe anything Huffington Post say.
Yeah. So
That's a
what they did is they changed the name.
yeah, they just counsel with language. Yeah, that's all
Yeah.
they do. That's a
Yeah.
Democratic title. They learned that from LBJ.
Them
Shit.
Democrats,
Hey, you talking about? Yeah, they learned that from LBJ.
they
Well, that's
been
the
smart,
LBJ
ain't
shit.
they? What do you think about Malcolm X telling black people, he told them in 1964 they shouldn't be voting Democrat.
Well, he talking about the liberal, because the liberal is a snake. He's a low
Yeah.
down dirty snake. He gonna come and tell you even like the brother Vincent Everett Ellison. We don't see Democrats. I mean, we don't see Republicans in the black neighborhood. We don't see none of them motherfuckers. We see them Democrats. Republicans ain't come in the neighborhood. You niggas don't run them off. Republicans like, man, I can't fool with niggas. They come over there with a deal, y'all don't want to talk to them. But the key to the Democrat, they go through the black church. That's how they get
Oh
us. They
yeah.
get us through the black church. They get it through
Mhm.
the 5,000 pastors that's on the King Alpha plan. But I'm not gonna talk about that on your program. I don't want people to go look that up. 5,000 pastors on the King Alpha plan. Rex 84. Do your research on that. That's old research. I remember I ran it in 2010. That's old business. But
Now check this out. The question that Bayer asked Kamala Harris is, are they gonna be giving money to illegals? She
they've been
wouldn't
giving
answer
money.
that.
They've been
But
giving
they
money to them.
giving the illegals money too.
They've been giving it to them. I know people
And
gonna say what the
the
source
civil
about
rights
what the
been
source
giving
about
it.
the $5,000 about the $13,000. But they giving us suckers like $15,000 vouchers for food stamps and $5,000 in cash. That's how we find that out. Because some immigrant ran up in that mud with a voucher. Went up in one of them immigrants up there in New York at one of them bodegas, left a damn receipt in there like a damn fool. But they don't give a damn. They got the money. That's how we found out about that. But you know who's the source of that? Damn man, I mean that's a receipt. Somebody reported it. Shit at the bodega.
And
Shit.
the
Yeah.
Washington Post said yes. Washington Examiner says yes. Democrats spent FEMA money on illegal immigrants.
Yeah, that's what I just pulled up. That's what I told them. I didn't know who they
That's
were.
what I'm saying. Yeah,
I
they
know I've
think
heard
they
of them. I don't fool with them. I don't know nothing about them. I heard of Washington Examiner, but I didn't know how credible they were.
yeah.
That's what I was. Yeah. You know. Yeah, I pulled that
Yeah,
up.
they
Yeah.
spent that money.
They gave that money to them people, man. That's why Trump said we
Yeah.
got to get them out of here, man, because they blowing up the debt. They blowing up I mean, they blowing up the debt, man. We tricking on them folks. For what? I don't know. I know people say, well, we need it for the employment. Man, you trying to tell me ain't enough employment, man, to get nobody to go up there and work up there in Springfield on them jobs.
Someone's life.
They don't want no black labor up there making no money. You can't tell me ain't no black folk up there don't want to go get no job.
Simply misused. Help keep our
Them
communities.
Negroes on the street corner go up there and work.
And hold on. Hold on.
Just as devastating as the hurricane has been, the response of federal, state, and local authorities
has been extraordinary.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas announced the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, can meet immediate needs but lacks sufficient funding for the hurricane season. This follows Hurricane Helene, which hit Florida and then moved through several southeastern states, causing severe flooding and over 160 deaths. The National Hurricane Center is currently tracking 3 storm systems in the Atlantic, including a major hurricane. Hurricane Kirk is currently a Category 3 storm and is expected to grow even stronger, according to the latest projection. Mayorkas highlighted concerns about the need for Congress to pass additional funding to help states recover. He stated, quote, "We are meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have. We are expecting another hurricane hitting. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season." The hurricane season lasts from June 1 to November 30, with the most activity typically in September and October. Recently, Congress allocated $20 billion to FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund through a short-term spending bill. However, lawmakers are currently focused on campaigning and will be out of session until after the election.
Yeah, they don't got no money.
Something I may
They
have to
broke.
request. No decisions been made yet.
I never heard about FEMA being broke while Donald Trump was in the White House.
Dedicated to effectively treating adult patients who.
Let me make sure I send this to my boy, since he knows so much. Be talking about. So FEMA is broke because they use that money for the
For the
migrants.
living, right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, boy, yeah, you know, he gonna fund anything. He think everybody get everything from Trump. I get it. Nigga, only thing I get from Trump is policy. The only thing I'm gonna quote Trump on is policy. I don't chuck Trump off none of this other shit. A lot of things Trump don't even talk about. I be peeping him out. He don't be talking about some of the stuff he won't even talk about. Now, if he going to the rallies or whatever, he might get to talk about it. But he ain't gonna get out there on no on stage talk no bullshit. He talking about what he gonna do. Now they talking about he stole some money. They talking about you have people talking about Trump stole money, but Trump donated $25 million of his money to the thing with Samaritan's purse. They say don't even give your money to the Red Cross. The Red Cross is stealing the money.
Yeah, I won't give. I'll find like at Christmas time or something, and I don't have a whole lot. I won't give money. I won't give money to none of them. I'll find a family or somebody that knows or somebody, and I'll get them. I,
Right. Now I'm reluctant to give it to them organizations too, because I don't know how much money going to it. You got some of them good, and some of them ain't no good. So I don't be knowing. I don't believe in that. But I don't want to be giving no. I ain't trying to make no 501c3 rich.
yeah. So
But
yeah.
now if I
Mm-mm.
get that, you got to be transparent with the money. If 75% of the money go to where it goes to, I can understand that. And 25%, okay, we understand. I don't want to hear that. So, legally, they ain't got to give no more than 25% to the whatever they giving to.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to find a
Hey,
laundry
you
and
know,
get all of
Candace Owens, she owned Kamala Harris.
it. Lost. He was talking about Candace Owens, the woman that black folks love to hate. Yeah. The white man's free to y'all Negroes.
You know, they had that money.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, they took that FEMA money.
Can they keep Lamont Hill away from Canada? Can they keep Lamont Hill away from Canada? She keep beating him like a drum. I'm tired of Lamont Hill. He need to stay away from that woman. She loved debating him. She be tearing his head off. Yeah, they was talking about it today, about Diddy today. I had listened to Chris Morgan. You know, I don't like Chris Morgan, but I listened to him today because they had spoke on there. And they was talking about Diddy today. They talking about Diddy.
Yeah, I ain't
Yeah,
trying to hear nothing else about
Diddy.
Diddy.
Yeah, he gone. No, I ain't talking about him. I don't talk about him on my platform. I just only reason I brought him
I
up
mean,
because
I
you brought
talked
up
about
Candy.
him, but they knew that stuff for 20 years. Folks didn't want to listen to nobody when they was saying it. So hell with them.
Yeah, Diddy
Hmm.
gone. I mean, they want to get Diddy. The Democrats that turned on Diddy. The Democrats don't
Yeah,
turned on Diddy. Yeah, them the
and
Democrats got Diddy.
they don't realize every time they take one of them down, it's them in office.
And then they trying to get,
Yeah,
they trying to get the mayor. They on the mayor of New York. They on him. They got some indictments on him. Talking about he was over there. So he started complaining about the immigrants. So they said, we're going to go and slap the charges on you, buddy. You don't want to stick with the Democratic code. Somebody told him he might well go and run on over there to Trump until he going to back Trump up. Like the Dallas mayor did down there in Dallas. He was a Democrat. He got off the Democratic Party side, went to the art side. He said, man, Democrats is trying to tear up my city. And they were trying to tear up Dallas, man. I'm down there in Dallas, man. They trying to tear it up, man. They were trying to get to them. They didn't want to give no money for no police down there in Dallas. They wanted to fund the police down there in Dallas. That damn Dallas mayor said, he ain't putting up with that. He said, no, I got to get rid of I'm leaving y'all. I got to let y'all go, Democrats. Yeah. Yeah, we don't co-sign Democrats. So I don't co-sign Democrat Party at all. I don't mean I co-sign the Republicans. But yeah, Trump and that abortion issue, man, I don't fuck with him on that. I don't give a damn about it. If progressive policies are good, I do believe that the Roe v. Wade should not be, the government should not be in the eugenics business. Uh, Texas has got to open up the exemptions. If the woman gonna die, you gotta let that slide, man. You gotta let that go.
see, I
You can't be this hard on the abortion issue where you can't make exceptions. Texas got to raise up off that. I don't know what Abbott doing.
yeah, yeah. He shouldn't mess with a woman being able to do what she want to do with her body. But I don't know when I went out when I was saying like over here where we live at that mayor over there in New York with that with the Turkish embassy so they can build it needed to pass a fire inspection. Folks been giving people money all along to pass inspections and stuff.
Mhm.
But he got to
Right.
complaining about the migrants. They know that Turkish government had been,
Yeah, Margaret is fucking up the church's money. Shit.
huh?
The Margaret is messing over the church's money, man. Uh, they messing up on the money. We don't have no money to give to people like that, man.
And check this
Taxpayers
out.
won't give a Negro nothing. And won't give a Negro nothing. Negroes down there in New York, like in Chicago, they got a gang of brothers down there. Can't get no funding for housing and can't get no temporary housing because the migrants took all the money for that.
You can't get nothing around here. I gotta stay over here in this building. You can't move nowhere now. And then if you
Right.
try to move somewhere, the rent so high, because they know. See, you know what the inflation is for. The inflation is killing the American people. It ain't killing the migrants because they got all of them food stamp cards and money cards. They
Right. They don't
going
give
to
a
the
damn.
grocery stores. They don't even know what food prices was like. They the
No.
ones. That's why inflation. Huh?
Yeah, because you
ten
overpopulated this
mil,
country.
10, 10 to 20 million migrants with all of that money with them
Well,
cards,
Trump getting them out of here, man. They gone. So,
and they need to be gone.
yeah, that's gonna be bad. Like if people say it's gonna be war, it's gonna be pandemonium in the streets. about 6 months. So I get out the way about black folks. I wouldn't be the way around the motherfuckers. Get away from around now. That's why, you know, they gotta do what they gotta do. You cannot have people over here messing up the money. You're not gonna mess up my livelihood, because you want to come over here and you ain't leaving. You can't have them many people over here. I know that it don't affect me. Now that don't affect me, but they gonna affect you. Yeah. They're going to. If they people, because if it's 20 million, Biden and Harris, they're gonna have almost 50 million in here. They get another 4 years. If Harris get 4 years, it'd be 50 million in people over here. You know?
Yeah, because too much money. Some folks done got too much money.
Yeah, they gave him everything, man.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. They
Gave him
talk
a
about
mule. They ain't going to give him a half a mule. What they giving them? Giving him a half a mule? Shit.
yeah.
Y'all over there, I don't get it, man. I can't do nothing with the Democrats. I can't do nothing
Mm-mm.
with them. That's why I said Trump been
Now,
on
like
3
I
of the
do
4
say,
of the law.
I did learn something new tonight. But like I say, I'm still not gonna vote. I'm just not gonna do it. I just can't do it. I'll see when that day comes. But for right now, I just um shoot. If somebody would have made sure I got maybe a 9% increase on Social Security, they're gonna have to start buying votes. Now from now on, from me.
And Trump said no tax on Social Security, so he said he ain't taxing it.
Oh, and they got the lie out talking about Trump want to end Social Security and all of that stuff. Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's why when Cameron start talking about tax on tippers, waiting with the tax on no tax on overtime and no tax on Social Security, because he knew you weren't gonna go over there. So they eating up Social Security, the Democrats. That's where they give all that
Yeah.
money to Iran and all that Ukraine through Social Security checks.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they was
Yeah.
talking about the lockbox back in 2000. Put it in a lockbox, stay out of it. No, they ain't gonna stay out of it. They're gonna get right into it. Them damn bastards. But yeah, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, no tax on that. And what they do now, let me break this down to the dumb niggas on the back. When there's no tax on overtime, it means that, let's say, your regular hours that you would get would put you at
Yeah.
$75,000.
Now them
The
Democrats,
over
they
the,
got the
over the
vote.
overtime and the overtime, they add overtime money, they put you at $100,000 or $120,000. Well, now your tax responsibility will only be $75,000, except what the overtime will add up to be. So keep you in a lower tax bracket. Well, that's what no tax on overtime does. And that's what no tax on tips does. It keep you in a lower tax bracket where you don't get taxed as much. So,
They don't realize
benefit too is a twofold benefit of that.
it's a new age and a new time. People that woke up to the Democratic Party. Like
People,
they
people,
didn't
people
have
are
black
voting.
people.
Both people are voting for. People are voting towards pocketbook politics. People looking at their money now. So the emotional identity politics don't work anymore.
Yeah. You can't tell us if we not black and all of that stuff. The mind games the Democrats have been playing.
But to let y'all know, Donald
You
Trump
ain't black.
is the last. Hold on, let me say this. Donald Trump is the last candidate you can play race games with. Because you're not going to play race games with J.D. Vance, Paul Vivi Ramaswamy. You know why? Because they're millennials. They were born in the 80s. You can't play race games with them guys. They're going to laugh at you at the building. Nigga, give me citizen. I'm born in the 80s, bro. What you talking about? He born, so when he got grown, Twitter was out here. He got grown, doggone, when he got, when he was 20, old folk, Twitter came out here, and YouTube out here, and Facebook was out here. So
Mhm.
well, you ain't gonna be able to play games with them no more. Trump is the last guy you could talk racism with because he's born in the 40s, right? He's a baby boomer, so you can talk racism to him. You ain't gonna talk racism and Kamala, but she's 60. You ain't gonna be able to talk no day racism to the next candidate coming up. It might be on the Democrat side, but he ain't gonna be able to talk no racism to JD Vance or Vicky Ramaswamy. You ain't gonna be able to run that game on them. They gonna laugh you out the building. You ain't gonna be able to run on that. You're not going to be able to beat them. That's why Trump
Yeah,
did a smart
Jesus
thing by that.
people. I know FEMA broke. My sister and them was down there in the hurricane in South
Mm-hmm.
Carolina. Them people need their money now, like you get them migrant state money. You get them this shit the minute they cross the border. You take them right to the office.
Yeah, they gave them their money quick. Yeah, that's what they gonna do. And they doing that to try to get a new voting block. Because they know the black voting block, because they know every election the black voting block is went down via CNN and put that out there. One of the left boys. The left wing snitched on them. Kamala Harris is only getting 71% of the black woman vote right now. Only 71% of black women voting for. You seem like that's good. That ain't good. When Biden got 89%. Hillary got 90%. Obama got in 2012 got 96, 95%. Black folks are jumping off the Democratic plantation. You don't want to see 28 then. You ain't gonna want to see 28 then. When a new generation of of politicians coming in.
Yeah. And they gonna see that crime bill, the crime bill act that Clinton and Biden was a part of, and they gonna say, and y'all people voted for these folks.
Yeah, the black, they're gonna vote like the black Democrat, the black Democratic black caucus. Yeah, the Democratic black caucus. They the one that got the crime bill passed. They
Yeah.
was over there begging. They was the one that was begging up Clinton and that. Clinton wouldn't sign it at first. Clinton said he ain't like it. But he signed it because the black Democratic black caucus, Democratic black caucus pushed it. They were begging everybody in the doggone house.
Mm.
Now we know Biden and Hillary, they wanted it. But Bill, he was reluctant on signing it. He said, you got to go get it. He said, only way I do it if you can go get who need to get it. And the Democrat, black caucus went and got them damn Republicans and them damn Democrats to get down with it and rest of this shit. Oh, yeah. While y'all running your mouth, Big Meech just got out of prison yesterday. He in a halfway
Who?
house. Big
Who?
Meech. Big
Oh,
Meech.
they need
Yeah,
to
that's
let Larry Hoover out.
well, you know how he got out, right? Thanks to the Trump law. Because he supposed to did 35, he supposed to did 35-year mandatory sentence. He got that trimmed off by 16 years. Because because of the non-violent crimes, you get that 60 months off. But they
Yeah.
expedited, so yeah, he got 60 months off, which is fine. He's 70 months off. He got almost 6 years off his sentence, and then he must have good behavior, so they went on and let his ass out of there.
And they need to let Larry Hoover out.
Yeah, Larry Hoover. I don't know. They messed them up, but every time somebody in the gangster side would do a crime, they had used to a sentence. Think if Kanye had went in there right, he probably could have got Larry Hoover out. Kanye ain't going there right. When he talked to Trump in 2018, he could have got him out. He went in there. Yeah, he was just rambling a little too damn much. He was talking about Larry Hoover, but he didn't break it down. He said, you can let Larry Hoover out, Trump looked at him like, what? Yeah,
Mhm.
you gonna have to explain that one a little bit better, that one, buddy. Yeah, I need to let Larry Hoover out, man.
Yeah. If Trump get in office, he'll let him out.
He need to
Yeah.
go get one.
Mm-hmm.
He might. It might be 28 when he do it, but he might. You got to write the right. We'll go up there and talk to him. And make sure you get it done. Ain't nobody go up there and holler at him here. You gotta let him know. Let Larry Hoover out, man. Larry Hoover ain't,
Yeah, that man
growth and
in his
development,
70s.
growth and development, yeah, growth and development with no damn gangbang
Cause
situation. He's all about something else.
ain't nothing he can do.
No, ain't nothing he can do about these young bucks. No, Larry Hoover
Ain't
go out
nothing
there
he
try to
can
tell
do
them young
now.
bucks. Go out there tell them young bucks, he mess around and get his head busted. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was about 20 years ago when he could done that. Now,
Yeah, he
them
can't do
trying
nothing.
he can't tell them young
Yeah, he
niggas
can't
nothing.
do nothing.
He
Mm-hmm.
don't tell them young niggas nothing.
Yeah.
They gone. They out of there. But if he'd have got out when my generation was out in the late 90s and 2000s, he could have got something. He could have calmed everything down.
Yeah.
Yeah, we respected the gangster. We respected the gangster elders. We might didn't respect the square elders, but we respected the gangster elders. But yeah, man. But that's the last generation we get it down. But yeah, these folks has got to get real.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, they got to get real. Hmm. Yeah, thank you for sharing my stuff though. I've been seeing you
Oh yeah, I share
sharing.
everybody. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm always sharing because I believe everybody's opinion is respected. The only thing I did learn tonight, because like I say, I ain't got a dog in this fight. I just don't like the fact they trying to throw some woman down my throat, and I'll be all over on YouTube. I'll be all over doing my research, but I could have sworn the next day, a couple of weeks, the Disney executives, they had their asses on the damn TV, and they were saying they were finding people, but they must have took all of that shit down. I know what I
Right.
saw, that they was gonna fire them, because they found out that earring Kamala Harris had was a Bluetooth, and that she had gave Lindsey Davis
Yeah,
had gave.
also, yeah, they said, I know they had going, yeah, I know it was some
Hmm.
credible media sites that said she was fat.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they must have went back and negotiated or something and said, nah, we can't fire her. They might have had a lawsuit or something on her hand. So they let her back. I sure thought, yeah, 'cause I don't know how, but they was talking about it too, man, on some credible sites. And I
Yeah.
did look it up, and it was in there. They was talking about her getting fired. So probably a
Yeah.
possibility of her getting fired. You know how the media work. They said they fired her, and then they didn't even fire. So I don't know what
Hmm.
they did.
Yeah.
They said no, she didn't
They
get
was in
fired.
some hot water because they found out. Yeah.
Yeah, they found out that was okay. The Bluetooth could be a lie. Okay, man. But they did say that the damn questions was sent out earlier, though.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
they found it. They trying to say that's a lie. So.
Yeah. But let me get on off this phone and watch my
Yeah,
TV show.
yeah, your
It was
business.
nice
Thank you.
having you. Thanks, GJ. 3 4. This was enlightening, but I did not know as a woman that ain't good for Trump to not allow a woman to do what she needs to with her body.
Well, no, Trump ain't do that. He just gave it to the states. So
Yeah.
it's up to yeah. He didn't do yeah. Yeah, he just don't believe that the government need to be involved in that. So he did not. He believed that it should be the states. Now it's up to the people, so the people can deal with it. So, like I say, people in Texas, y'all want the acceptance into the bill. You gotta go down there and fight for it. Because it's easier to fight for it in the state than through the government. Because the government making law is law. So it's gonna be hard to overturn it unless it goes to the Supreme Court. And Supreme Court, they throw it out, it don't come back for years. So you got to make a great case for it to come back to them. So when it went to them, they said it's unconstitutional for the government to be involved in abortion. And so, but they need to go to the states, and the states can make the decision. So, and some of the states want to ban it entirely. You can't ban it entirely because of incest, rape, and life of the mother. I agree with Trump on those three things, but they'll go into the states and take care of that bill and make it happen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you go.
So what the administration did is added another category and said that money didn't come from seniors. Yeah, them old slick Democrats. Yeah, boy, they a
Yeah,
trip.
and then another thing, and the federal government don't want to be funding abortion because everybody ain't for them. That's another thing, another reason why. And then the state of Texas, it ain't no state income tax in the state of Texas, so you abortion, you got to pay for them on your own dime. So or whatever Medicare, Medicaid, whatever insurance, or whatever, you're going to pay that out your pocket. So it is what it is down there. So
Yeah.
yeah. But I'm gonna let you go, ma'am. You have
Okay.
a good evening.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.